Hello, everybody. Welcome to 2023. How's everybody doing today on your Happy New Year's? Hello, Mao. Mao? I think that's how you say that. I've never figured out how to say your name. Hello, Mao. Hello, Kim and Phantom. Welcome. Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. I totally did not fall asleep before midnight in my time. Totally didn't fall asleep whatsoever. That was a Mao. Okay, so kind of like cat in every single, kind of like you're saying cat in every language except for fucking English, apparently. Okay. Well, yeah, welcome. Yeah, I got to like 10:30 last night. I'm like, I can read until midnight. I'm like, no, no, I can't. Because I think the big problem is I'm still trying to fix my sleep schedule. I am still working on fixing my sleep schedule from London. So that was yeah. I think that was the big reason why I couldn't stay up. Because usually, like, midnight, easy for me. Easy. Like, I can do midnight, 1:30, because college student, you know? But the fact that I'm still recovering from London, it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. Also fell asleep before midnight? Yeah. Yeah, it was just kind of one of those New Year's. I'm like, I don't too much to worry about. How are you doing? Good? I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing great. Still a little bit tired from, like still a little bit jet lagged. It's been really weird because it's been what, 3-4 days since I got back from London. And so I've been, it's weird because no matter how hard I try, I will wake up at 6 a.m. sharp. No matter what. Even if I go to bed at midnight, at 10, every single morning I will wake up at 6 a.m. sharp. And it's like, it's to the minute 6 a.m. sharp. It is weird. Hello, Nakaru. Happy New Year. How are you? I am good. How are you guys? How are you doing today? Wait, I was also in London? Yeah. Yeah, I was in London for over Christmas. So yeah. It was a blast. It was so fun. I put pictures on my Twitter, but I actually didn't put most of my pictures on my Twitter. I have them all on my phone, but yeah. I'm dumb because I was meaning to load my pictures on my computer before I started today, but I completely forgot to do that because I wanted to show you my pictures, but I didn't do that. So yeah, although I was more towards the countryside. Yeah, I was staying in Fulham. I was like a stone's toss away from Craven Cottage. So yeah, I was in the center of London. I woke up an hour ago, watched anime while eating cereal in my bed. That is one hell of a mood. I love that for you. My sleep schedule is kind of weird. No matter what hour I sleep, I wake up at 9:20. Yeah, it is. It's so strange. I've never had that problem. I have never ever had that problem. And like part of it, which is annoying me to no end, is I have something called restless leg syndrome. It's kind of what it sounds. It's usually a part of ADHD, which for me it is. But usually I'm pretty good with it, and like my weighted blanket puts that at tame like a lot when I'm sleeping. Except not recently. My legs have not shut the fuck up since a random morning in London, and it's kind of driving me bonkers. I don't know what to do about it. I hate it. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I've been waking up every morning really early. So, what anime were you watching, Nikaro? Just got a few more minutes, by the way, just before we switch over to the game and start playing. Give some people some more time to get in. Tokyo Ghoul, nice. Must have been annoying. Oh, it's awful. I hate it so much, but you know, what can you do? And the Spike's family. I have not been kept up with any of the most recent hit animes like Spy Family and like I've heard Bochi the Rock was awesome. I've heard you know, you got Spy Family, you got other ones like I don't have the brain power to name right now, but you know. What is the stream about today? So the big thing is I need to play the Skyrim quest because I haven't done that. Hello Akira and Mothra coming in at the same time. Welcome. How are you guys today? Yeah, the big thing is I need to do the Skyrim quest because I have yet to do that. The last thing I did before leaving to London was pulling Skyrimish. That was literally the last thing I did before leaving, was logging into Genshin, putting some money into my account, pulling for Skara, and then I packed up and left. So I have not gotten any time to level him past, like, I don't know. I haven't gotten, I haven't gotten any. I think he's like sitting at level 50 for me right now, maybe 60. Spike's family is so wholesome. I watched it twice. I've heard Spy Family. I keep saying Spy X Family, even though when I come across Hunter x Hunter, I don't say Hunter x Hunter. It's so dumb that I do that. Because it is pronounced Spy Family, from what I understand. Yeah, on my flight over, so it was, I took a 9-hour flight, direct, I no layovers or anything, to London. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to watch all the anime, there and back. And for the most part I did, except it wasn't the anime I was expecting to watch, because I downloaded like Edgerunner. I downloaded Cyberpunk Edgerunner. I downloaded what else did I download? I downloaded a few shows. I also downloaded the first like 10-20 episodes of One Piece in case I got really desperate. But no, I watched literally like half of Studio Ghibli's catalog. It was actually kind of fun, watching as many as I did. So yeah, the people on the plane must have thought I was just fucking bonkers from how much anime I was watching on both ways too. It was fun. Sweet. So yeah, okay, claim all. Yes, I am aware. I haven't played Genshin in a month and a half. Dude, same. I am so far fucking behind on literally everything. I have no clue, like... Yeah, because I haven't even played Scaramouche Quest yet. Why did I just buy one of those? Come on. There we go. Part of it is because I've been addicted to Wizard 101, but the other part of it is because I've been in London. So, yeah. Okay. I don't have time to do dailies. I feel that. Okay, you're gonna have to help me out with that name. Those last 3 letters, is it Hey? Hey? Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out with that. But hi, welcome to chat. I'm doing good, how are you? Hez, okay, got it. I can't tell if that's, like... If that's, you know, the Polish... Probably Polish stuff, but... I don't know. Hez, welcome. Yo, how was London? Did you do anything cool? I was in London. You can answer that question for yourself. It's a random type word. Okay. I don't know. It reminds me of Polish for some reason. Okay, let's clear all of these notifications. F3. Got these. I'm gonna do engulfing lightning. Does look Polish, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Let's do these. God, how I miss doing this. Ooh. Hi, Barbara. Oh, another 4-star. Favonius Warbow. Oh, London is packed with stuff to do. It is crazy how much stuff there is to do in London. Okay, 3 4-stars in a row? Sure, I'll take it. Yeah, it is bonkers how much stuff we did in London. And we were there for like 10 days, I think was my count. And you know, yeah, that was fucking crazy. We were there for 10 days and we barely scratched the surface of like what there is to do in London. I have pictures. Let me actually, real quick. Hello, Ranger, welcome. Real quick. Whenever I get a chance, I'm going to somehow show you guys pictures, the pictures that we took, because we did a bunch of shit out there. Oh, I'm also behind on all the lore revelation shit. Like, I generally understand because you know, you can't escape the last bit of dialogue and the discussions that are going around that. But for the most part, I was left in like completely clueless on what anything was. You got any summoning rituals for Ayato that don't include going to Inazuma? No. Like, no, I don't. Because like yeah, and I get not wanting to go to Inazuma because that place is awful. Yeah, no, I have no idea. No ritual, just vibes. That's kind of how I pull. Like, if you guys haven't noticed, that's kind of how I pull. I just don't. I don't do rituals. I think the only time I've done ritual. No, even for Hu Tao, I didn't do rituals. I just did. Also, I haven't touched that yet, so I pulled him before unlocking Inazuma. That is a flex. Also, you can tell how much fucking Wizard 101 I've been playing because I have to force myself not to press X to interact with things. That's a issue I've been running into, is because of how much Wizard 101 I've been playing, I will instinctively press X to interact instead of F. Are you gonna pull for Al Haytham? I have yet to decide. I don't know what he does. I haven't seen any of his kit, so I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, Is Wizard 101 still alive? Yeah, so over December, what they did was they had a promotion where the entirety of the first arc was free. So Wizard City through Dragonspire, they made free for the month of December. So I booted up the game on my old account, made a Death Wizard, and got like halfway through Mushu. Which, if you are familiar with how MMOs work in general, is not an easy, is not a quick task. That was quite a time-consuming thing. I'm getting Stellar Reunion. Holy shit. I'm just now realizing that. Okay. I am literally just now realizing I got Stellar Reunion because I have not played this game in a long-ass time. Okay. Yeah, you can tell how bad it's been for me as of late. Yeah. So the game is still going strong. They came out with like a new world, like last month is when Novus came out. So yeah, the game is still going pretty well, and the fact that they made the entire first arc free for a month is implying that they might make it free permanently, which is great. I love that. I like Dendro coaching. That's a maybe for me. I don't know. Let me turn down my mic. I don't know how I feel about that. We'll see. We will definitely see how that goes. Yeah, I got Wanderer Boy. I have not named him. I've been meaning to name him because I have a really dumb name for him in mind that I think you guys will slap me for. Oh yeah, I did too. I used to play that game religiously. But I guess... We'll just go with all reliable for the next bit while I figure out how to play this game again, because I do not remember. I definitely do not remember how to play this game. Okay. Scar's Mouch. Okay. How am I gonna do things? Let's just go do commissions, I guess. Yeah, all y'all got like these really great, you know, super poetic Japanese names. Like I've seen people putting like so much thought into naming theirs. I have a name that I really want to do that is so infinitely dumb. But is also kind of... Is it gonna be Baby Girl? No. 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 You'll see once I get around to it.
No, my sword.
Okay, I haven't entirely decided what I want him to be named, because part of me wants to just name him Greg because that's funny, but also there are some names that I want to name him because they're a reference to some of my favorite books. Because there is a character in a book I adore that is very similar to Skylarmouche. And he has a very interesting name. A lot of people chose Fujin. Yeah, that's what I've seen. Gregory. I don't know why. I just find the name Gregory so funny. Like, there's literally no reason for it. Yeah, it's so funny. The name Greg is so cool because all these people are naming Skara something super poetic and beautiful. I lost him already. Nope, that's not him. He's over here. His name's Steve, yeah. I think it went this way. There we go. So yeah, we'll see what I name him. I've not quite decided, but I have an idea. Okay, hold on. Someone named him Ratthew. I love that. The really dumb names are the best. Cause it's kind of a like, it's really funny to piss off the Skara Nation in like the most mild of ways. It's so funny. And like, I adore the Skara Nation. They are such a funny and like, they're such a cool fan base. But also, it's really funny to piss them off because they just don't know how to deal with it. I love it. They'll just like seethe and like break down when you do something that's like, when you mess with them. It's so funny. I love it.
No, my sword.
Hello. Scar fans are stable as Scar. True. Come here, bitch.
Time to act.
Clouds high, the birds call. The wind knows me.
I actually need your spores, so I'm not gonna actually. Hello, Hikaru. Welcome. Welcome. Is it more fun than Senora fans? You've got a point there. I actually am not entirely sure, because Scar fan or Senora fans are really funny to tell them Senora will never be playable. Okay. Yeah, that's true, because like Senora fans will come up with the most wild ass but yet like interesting and intriguing theories to justify why Senora will remain playable. It's so funny. I love it so much. Doesn't matter if she is already dead. I think she is. And like, to an extent, right? Like, yes, time is weird into that, but also okay. I approach it from kind of a meta standpoint, right? Where like a big there's this like tip in writing that I hear all the time when you're plotting a story. If you are going to kill your character, actually kill them and do not make them come back to life or come back in any sort of fashion, because if you don't stick to if you say that a character died and you do not stick to your word, then you lose all credibility as a writer. Your audience will not trust you, and it also takes any and all impact out of the death, and it takes any and all impact out of future deaths. And Signora's death was big and was kind of this inflection point when it came to like the tone of the game almost, because up to that point we hadn't actually seen a notable character like that die. So, like, from a meta standpoint, it only makes sense for them to keep her dead, because if she just comes back to life, then that means by some mechanism, any future death will be completely unsubstantial and meaningless. And that also creates infinite plot holes, right? Because if you as an author want to if you as a writer make a death not permanent, you bring somebody back to life, there is some method by which they had to come back to life. And not applying that method to any future death is going to create many plot holes. So it's just smarter to kill somebody off and keep them dead than to have them come back for copium reasons. Cut to Marvel killing Loki 4 times. Okay, but also Marvel story isn't that great. You think we'll get to see 2 Fatui members at the same time? I mean, we saw multiple in Winter's Night's Lazzo, but that doesn't count. In game, like in the same scene, are you saying? Like in the same scene in the game, we'll see 2 Harbingers? Maybe. I think it'll eventually... I think eventually we'll see multiple in one place. It's kind of bound to happen. I think it's inevitable that we'll at least see 2 of them interact. But like, yeah, I think at the very least we'll see multiple interact, but like, not quite. I honestly think either Fontaine or Natlan is when we're going to see multiple Harbingers interact, and or two times bonus. The fuck? Okay, sure. Like I know we'll definitely get multiple interactions with multiple Harbingers in Snezhnaya, but before that, meh. I wonder if we can visit Signora's coffin when we go to Snezhnaya. What, do you think they're just going to keep the coffin in the chapel? No, she's probably buried somewhere. Is that still reading? Oh, sweet. But Honkai works differently. Okay, yeah, so the thing with, from what I understand Honkai-wise, if you kill a character, like... you can't make them not playable anymore. That's just not a thing you can do. Like gameplay wise, you have to kind of suspend your disbelief to an extent. Let's make the game louder. Imagine the memes. That would be all awesome. Okay, bye, Nicario. Thank you for popping in. Happy New Year. To be fair, they did freeze over the Tower Chapel. True.
One with nature.
No, my sword. Rain outlines.
Also, is it just me, or is this like, is this domain like actually kind of? It's not hard, but it takes way more time to clear.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me.
It's a very annoying domain.
Let me read you a verse. No, my sword.
It's kind of weird for this domain, because like, you know, no other domain has been this fucking tanky. Yeah, this is the brand new one. This is the Scaramouche domain.
Witness the power of the wild.
Clouds high. The birds call.
I'm remembering slowly how to play this game. I've been playing children's card game. Okay. It's not a 2 times bonus for condensed resin? That's dumb. Trash. Oh wow, I missed this part, looking through all my awful fucking artifacts. I don't know why I have 2 condensed resin just kind of lying around, but you know. New domain is not resin efficient for me. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I got like that's what I currently have right now. I currently have, shut up. I currently have wherever Scar is. Yeah, that's what I'm running right now is 2VV, 2 gladiators. I need to like enhance this. I need to use some stuff on. How is your barber not C6? I don't know, but also while pulling, I did this, and I like. I don't know if I should or not, and I haven't decided. I might C6 Bennett because I don't use them anyways, even though I probably should. We'll see. My barber is C6 and my healer. I have not been Zhongling. Thank you for saying healer. That reminded me, oh, you have a Zhongli that you should probably be using. I don't get what domains are. It's unclear. They're not underground cities from what we understand. They're like... Yeah, they're very unclear what they actually are because like it said that like the Mare Javari, for example, is said that it might be a domain in the literature. And so, but like people say they've been to the Mare Javari. It's weird. So domains aren't like... Yeah, I just don't know. I don't think anybody really fully understands what they are. Yeah, and that's what I've always interpreted them as little pocket dimensions or like just things made out of pure magic or elemental energy, like little like pocket realms, like little pocket realms created by such an intense flow of leyline energy. Or something along those lines, or like the manifestation of memories, or something like that. I think that might be what they're supposed to be like. They have something to do with the ley lines. and like being in like the super like this intersection of their ley lines or whatever. Because, you know, there's the Irminsul right there. There's the Irminsul branch. Yeah, that's how I had canon it. I don't know if it's been confirmed or not to any extent.
Osmanthus wine tastes
So,
the same as I remember.
but that's generally how it works in my head.
Where are those who share?
Where are those that share the memory?
No, my sword.
Serenity Pot join request. Who? Hotaru? Okay, welcome.
Fallen leaves.
Adorn my night.
Witness the power of Gwa. Time to go.
Boop.
Into the wind.
I haven't been Zhongling.
We'll have order.
I don't know why Hotaru did. I don't really. Don't question it. Let Hotaru do Hotaru things.
Rain outlines your fate.
I haven't been in my teapot for so long, dude.
Higher, higher, dance on fire.
You are so fucking tanky, dude. Haven't been on Genshin in ages. Yeah, it's been a while. Gotta do that Inazuma event. And when Trace, dude, I still haven't played Invocation yet. Yeah, probably just a shop, but that's no big of a deal. I don't mind. Now, joining my world, I have thoughts about. What do you think of all the extra oculi that we have? You know, I've...
The wind knows me.
I've always thought that we would do something with it. Like, I imagine, and if I were like a designer for the game, which, don't get me wrong, I
One with nature.
don't know how to make video games with the slightest, so I think this might be a very dumb idea.
Let me read your verse.
But if I were like designing this game, I would put like the pitch down that at the very end of the game, there is some side quest that gives stupidly good rewards at like that requires all of the oculi, like all of the extra oculi that we've collected so far.
Witness the power of Gwa.
So like that's the only idea, like that's the only thing I could imagine us having the extra for. A side quest that just gives ridiculously good rewards. Come here.
This is order. Solidify.
Rain outlines
Welcome
your
Legacy, watching your stream in VR now, bro.
Time to go.
You can watch my stream, except with extra eye strain. Hello, Trash. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Go.
That's probably what it is. They probably just give extras for collectors, but it's fun to imagine. You know what? Fuck the 2 times bonus. I know it's probably more efficient. I'm just gonna go craft condensed resin because I'm too lazy. Hello, Alpha. Welcome. I thought I could be used to get Celestia. Okay, so they would not. So oculi are entirely optional. They are an entirely optional collectional. So it would be really dumb, design-wise, to require the players to collect extra oculi to get into Celestia. Or some place like that that we're eventually going to end up. Or a place that is so lore important. That's why I think it's, if anything, going to be a bonus reward at the very end of the game. It cannot be a part of the actual main story quest because that's just bad game design. How the sustainer like actually does something when we get to Infontaine. You're kind of hoping for something awful to happen, I think.
Stay close and you will live.
Where's my Hyper Bloom team?
Time to broaden the horizons again.
I think, okay, so Celestia might show their hand. Like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Susti is, in my opinion, this is important to stress, Susti is not the, like, she is not the antagonist. She is an avatar of the antagonist. So Susti is not like the ruler of heavenly principles. She's just like the police force.
No, my sword.
Right.
Red
Kind of.
outlines
Why
your
don't...
fate.
Do I usually have Sing Show? I think I do.
Everyone's okay.
Did I not tag you? Fuck you. Come on. There you go. Thank you.
Time to rain cutter. Illusion shattered.
Kamisato. Sweep.
Yeah, so
Oblivion.
Susti is tied intrinsically to Celestia, and we know that, or okay, so Susti is, her full title is Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. Heavenly Principles, we know, is a synonym for Celestia. Celestia is Heavenly Principles.
There is no escape.
So that means that Susti is tied to Celestia in some shape or fashion.
Now you shall perish.
So, just by her title of Sustainer of, that just gives me vibes of her. She is enforcing the rules that Celestia puts into place. So to me, that means that there is somebody else that is making the rules in the first place, which means that Susti is not the bigwig. She's just the police. She's just the policing force. That makes things function. Do you think she's one of the shades? Okay. Okay, so... Oh, that's such a dumb fucking question. Because I know... Okay. So, I have not played this game in a month, but... I do know the thing that happens at the very end of the Skirmish quest. Which... is driving people nuts because it implies that everything that we read in books is an allegorical retelling of history. I have not gotten the chance to reread everything and try and identify the allegory. So, and like that's I want to make that video. I so badly want to make a video called I read every book in Genshin Impact so you don't have to. That's just a retelling, or that's just a like a excuse for me to go over every goddamn book and analyze it for allegory, because I love doing that. I love analyzing allegory. That's why I like, yeah, I just love that. I love writing. I love reading allegory. It's just one of my favorite literary devices. And so the fact that the quest pretty much confirmed that everything written in a book that we get is allegory makes me want to rethink things. So I cannot say for certain if Susty is a shade because I haven't gotten the chance to reevaluate any of the content relating to shades. Happy New Year, fellow Inazuma here. Hello, Cass. Welcome and Happy New Year. Okay, I can actually do the thing now. If you need help, yeah, I don't know. There's Istarathor in our new artifact set. Yeah, I am going to read it eventually. We will get there when we get there. Ooh. Ooh. I just want to know what the hell Paimon really is. Yeah, same. Same. I think that's what we all want. Okay, so I have noticed, and tell me if any of you guys have noticed this too. Paimon, like, Genshin Impact theories are cyclical when it comes to Paimon. Because every single goddamn, every year, some theorist will come up with a new crack theory reevaluating what Paimon is, and then it'll go, in every single time it loops back to having ties to unknown god. Every single fucking year. It's happened so many times. It's just so funny. I find it hilarious that theorizing when it comes to Paimon is so cyclical. It always ends up in the same spot.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Torn to oblivion. Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom.
Yeah, and that's why everybody thought she was of the affiliation that we thought she was back when this game first started. Back when I was making, back when I made my first Paimon video. Because that's really all the information that we have to prove that she's not just some random creature. She has a demon name, and only the most notable things have demon names. More specifically, anybody related to Celestia has demon names. Even although this was leaked information, and I have it in a video, so I'm dumb. Even Susty. So it's, yeah. Yeah, I will forever beat myself up for not finding in my iceberg video, not realizing that one of the entries was literally the data mined name for Susty. It was so dumb. I'm such a fucking idiot. But that information is useful applying patterns. So her name that was data mined is what is it? Asmodee. Her name is Asmodee. Yeah. In the files a long time ago, got data mined. Her name is her files are referred to as Asmodee, which Asmodeus, demon, big demon in demonology. So yeah. Oh. We also got Hydra and Dendra Archon Demon. Really? Oh, I did not realize we got those names confirmed. I just knew that. I just found Asmodee. That was on the iceberg, and I didn't do my due diligence quite well enough. So I included it in the video because I'm a fucking idiot.
Opportunities to bask in the sun.
Oh, hello, Blot. Welcome.
Few and far.
Welcome, welcome. Okay. What did I want to do? Quests. Wait, made a new video? I did not see it. I don't think I'm subscribed to Way, which I should probably do. Sorry, Way. Hold on. Let me do that. Way, Genshin Impact. Oh shit, Way's live right now. Alright, later, Black Reaper. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be reading through the summary books. I haven't read any of the I haven't actually read any of the summary books. We're going up, up.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
I have to read the books because they're changed since the last pass. Yeah. Yeah, so it is... in game, in the English, it was pronounced Fauchelevent, which is on the French side, which we know, which makes sense because it's French. Or Fontaine is supposed to be kind of a steampunk French thing to an extent. So, but like it's strange. Contradicting yourself. Okay, here's the thing, Akira. Or Phantom. The English dub said Fauchelevent. So yeah. And they're not going to use the C with the tail cuz it's English. So I actually wonder what Fauchelevent's name is in French. They pronounced it Fauchelevent, so I'm going to say Fauchelevent. Is her name Fauchelevent in French? French translation, though. Checking right now. French, yes, it is Focalor with the thing. So it is pronounced Focalor. It's right here. Hold on, display capture. Focalor. So yeah, it is pronounced Focalor. Although, like, in some languages, Focalor, like in Russian, it's Focalors. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, so for now, I will say Focalor. If it is proven to be something different, then I will switch. But considering that, from what we understand, Fontaine is supposed to be French, or like French inspired, and the fact that the French name for her is Focalor, I'm gonna go with Focalor for now. Wouldn't it be funny if the sustainer would be playable? That would be so weird, because she was so big in the beginning too. She's just large. She's just a huge fucking woman. Imagine if we could just play her, and she's like so big. She's like out of her like neck is out of the frame. Yes, Focalor is a demon name. Or Focalor is the demon name, yes. But also, Phantom, a lot of the demon names in this game have been changed slightly. Like, it's not irregular for the game to change the pronunciation or the spelling in some ways to make it fit. So yeah, because that's what they did with Asmodee, because the actual demon name is Asmodeus, but you know, it's fine. Anyways,
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Astaroth, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Me.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Why is he British?
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tataris Suna? But that's not the way I mean Azuma. Is it just Paimon, or is it kind of unusual for someone in Sumeru?
Otobashi is probably Otobashi because that's not how... That's how Japanese syllables work. You can't end... Like... You can't do that. You can't just end a syllable with a consonant unless it's N. So, yeah. Xinyan being southern, true. How's the weather over there? It's nice now. We got dumped on by snow, but after that, it's actually been really nice. It's like 40 or 50 right now, I think. Maybe it's a little colder. Maybe it's like 30. It's 38 right now. Which isn't bad. That's something in Celsius.
Great. Let's go find out what this Tatar.
Inversion of Genesis. That's a very interesting name for a quest. Oh, do we have to go back to Inazuma? Fuck.
All right, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd...
The voiceover. What they say about him, the text from what they say about her. What's up, bitch? Were you there during the mega cold? I was not. I missed it. It was like our third day in London when the cold snap hit us. Dude, I love this. It's so funny how they, like, there's not a single quest where we don't get misgendered. It's great.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
I am.
Hey, what's with that face?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
I do not know anything except the general happenings at the very end. I don't know the details of the end. I just know generally what happens, so we'll get there.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck.
Yeah, she's fucking mysterious. Thank you.
Examining the evidence. Sorry.
Looks feminine enough. Yeah, femboy moment. Yeah, the British accent's so weird. I don't understand that. Beat was in Germany? The fuck was Beat doing in Germany? That's not good. That's not a good sentence, Blotz. Beat in Germany. That's not gonna end well. Okay, but British accent, Dotore. Yeah. Yeah, I know the final scene.
Oh, so what? For the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking.
Bro mood.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
God, I could only imagine going to Germany with Beat, of all people. God, it would cause so much fucking chaos. Okay, Dotori's style is just gonna be him throwing needles at everyone. That would be hilarious. Is there a theory for how accents work in Teyvat? Because I know someone on Twitter was trying to figure out how out the lore of zippers. I could probably figure it out. Like, that would be actually a really fun project. I'm actually gonna write. Hold on, that's going in my ideas doc. Like, unironically, that's going into my ideas doc. Hold on, Genshin Impact. How do accents in Teyvat work? Well, before I actually close that, hold on. Idea from Akira. Okay, we're good. What quest this is? This is the Skyrim quest.
We don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Yeah, the theory that Benny is from Natlan and was deposited in Merijavari is a good theory, but we don't know for certain. Yeah, Natlan is so interesting for me. And like, I am very curious to see if we get any Natlan crumbs in Fontaine, because we have not met a single character that is properly from Natlan. Aside from possibly Bennett, but we don't know that for certain.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatara Suna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatara Suna.
In the comic doesn't count, Phantom. When I say meet a character, that means we have the Traveler has talked to them one-on-one. The guy in the bathhouse is not from there. He has been there. He is not from there. And Vanessa doesn't count because she's not in the game. Is it supposed to be a British accent? I don't know. I actually can't tell.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Yeah, it's supposed to be British.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatara Suna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
The guy in the Liban? Yeah, I can't tell what it is. It may be, well, like, by how he said draft. Kind of, but like, I can't quite pin it. Maybe it's an attempt to be a kind of a pompous prick. Maybe it's just the voice actor trying to be, he was told, be a pompous, scholarly asshole. And then called it, and he settled on that. Oh no, who knows?
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Yeah, there's just something off about it.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatara Suna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
Yeah, now that I actually listen closely to it, it does sound like an attempt, but not quite. Do your best London impression? No.
A strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
The thing is, I suck at doing accents.
Yes,
I'm
my
not good
thoughts
at them.
exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
That's the only thing that I know how to properly do is the long A sound. The draft and bath. But yeah, that's it.
Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
So there are two missing?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow.
Oh,
yes,
this is
really
why.
good stuff.
Okay, this
That
is
makes
why
things
we
easier.
were
So basically, this
we had to do
Liyue was a distant relative of the
Kazoo
Kaidahara
quest.
clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
Ah, yes.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan.
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Force Lord definitely going to be more active while A was more passive. She's against us. No, I don't know. I don't. I don't know if Focalor is going to be more active. It's going to be interesting. You know what? Now I'm hearing it all. It actually is not bad. It's very light, I will say. It is very. It's on the more subtle side of a British accent. Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
You know who he reminds me of? You know what his accent reminds me of? Hold on. I have the perfect fucking... I have the perfect analogy. Hold on.
The following is
Yep. It reminds me of episode 3 of Sword Art Online Abridged.
you delightful Italian stereotype. Oh, hello. Didn't see you come in. I am Sir Jack Dapper.
This is what he reminds me of.
It is my great honor today to introduce you to the Sword Art Online Christmas Extravaganza.
Okay, that's what he reminds me of.
Get to the point.
According to information acquired by
He
Akiba's
sounds the
teacher,
exact
the
fucking
Kimono
same.
was not a human, but a puppet.
Oh my god. Still one of? It is the best. SAOA is the best abridged series. Changed my mind.
A puppet?
Was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarsuna? Let's go ask him.
By the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Based on Durabdal or Sealy. I don't really have a question to either of the, or I don't have an answer to either of those questions, Cass, just because I have not paid attention to the lore as of late, so I am not caught up on any of the recent information or theories. Although I do think Marata will, as the war goddess, yeah, shit's gonna happen.
No, Hyman just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Take a look. Extract 1. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon from a far east by laborers. Walking along the mountain roads through the factories, their shoes scuffing along the junior stoves. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract it from gems beyond price. The mood. Oh no, okay, that's the mood. How long is it? Holy shit! Do we get to keep this? The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me, Sir Miyazaki? I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey, expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, straight upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst out into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed in the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for the intensity affects the resulting integrity of both the metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of the Tatarasuna. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the three pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued that with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement into itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression. It said, "It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of your plan, yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques. So, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to read this later because I'm recording right now. Actually, okay, I'll finish reading this first extract. Where was I? Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Kaitahara says yay or nay. Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh, he said, "Forging is a priceless and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs, and still you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi?" Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so groused. "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you." Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa realized the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light with the celerity of youth. The head that peeked in was a round and, in the light of the fires, looked like an oiled jewel. Nice. Okay. The young man placed some boxed food at the side and nodded. He prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, "Very well, I'll try it." "You are welcome to the food. We will eat the same fare after all," Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Yeah, I'll just read this second extract later. And third extract. This is for my future reference. Okay, we're good.
Oh, And please read my essay draft as well.
Oh my god. Later. Important parts are about Scotamage. Okay. As most things in this. Bro, I told myself, oh, I'm gonna read 25 books this year. Nah, I'm gonna be reading all the Genshin lore, apparently. Dude, this is a fucking... This sure to be an essay. All the Genshin lore could be more than 25 books? Oh, hell yes.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it.
Yeah, so last year I read 20 books. And so I have gotten to a point where I'm like, so like at the beginning of this year, I'm like, I'm going to read a little bit more. I think I can manage to squeak out 5 more books this year if I'm regular with my reading. Maybe those 5 books are going to be all of Genshin. Tea.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Nice.
Wait, you're not to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this
What's on your read
I've
list?
reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we
Check.
have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get.
Well, I currently have 3 books I need to finish up. Have like 30% left of Beloved left by Toni Morrison. I have the rest of the Wind Up Bird Chronicle, and I got like a quarter of the way through I'm Glad My Mom Died. I have Annie William Faulkner novels that I can get my grubby little hands on. Let's see, what do I got? My goal is to be much more diverse in my reading this year. I do want to finish up Stormlight. That is, yeah, I need to finish Rhythm of War. Is definitely high priority. Yeah, I just need to read more diversity, because I have read way too many books by old English white men. So, yeah, that's my goal this year, is just be more diverse. Because yeah, I counted. I read 2022. I read 20 books. 4 of them were not by white men.
Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
You're crunching through Stormlight at a horrifying rate. I was. I have been wanting to get back into Stormlight and then maybe picking up something like Warbreaker or something else. But we'll see.
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
Do you know Dogra Magra? I don't.
Stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye
No idea
for
who
now.
that is or
Good
what
luck
that
with
is.
your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Novel by Yumeno Kyosaku.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it?
It only exists in 3 Light Rip.
Okay, then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
What's your preferred genre? I mostly read literary fiction, and very highbrow literary fiction at that. But I occasionally dip my toes into other stuff. Mostly my secondary is fantasy. Occasionally sci-fi. But I mostly hang out in literary fiction land.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point.
What's up, dude? What the fuck are you doing here? Haven't read anything but various fan fiction. This one Chinese web novel author for like the past 2 years. Yeah.
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by over there. It looked like.
Paimon, are you high on something? He just be walking by. Yeah. Okay. So this year I read.
The Balladeer. No, it can't have been.
I read 7 books by William Faulkner.
Let's catch up and see.
And so my goal is to read every single William Faulkner novel, because he's my favorite author. And so I have 11 books left before I have read every William Faulkner novel. I think I can do it this year, but I don't know if it's gonna be rough. All right, see you, Hikaru. Thank you for popping in. It's the nerdiest fucking goal ever, but I think I can do it. I have 11 Faulkner novels left, and one of them is a half play, so we'll see. Have you read any philosophical self-help books? Okay. I've wanted to read some philosophy. Not very much, but I want to read something just to kind of try it. Because I want to at least try it. There are some small, like, there are a bunch of small philosophy books that you can check, that you can get, that I are in my sights. Self-help, not my thing. Definitely not. I've tried some self-help, but nah. I think I read too much young adult when I was like 13 for the escapism, and adult fiction doesn't really do that for me. I couldn't young adult, so I've been in book limbo. Yeah, I just found my stride, especially with William Faulkner, and the occasional other book that comes my way. So I got lucky on that one. Of finding.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
Hi, Nahida. What's a New Year's resolution? I don't do resolutions because I think that setting a goal like that for a year-long time span is setting yourself up for failure. I do the CGP Grey thing where you set like a yearly theme. This year I want to balance my hobby and work way more effectively. I'm doing Year of Balance. Just kind of not get burnt out on anything and kind of try not to procrastinate or any of that kind of stuff. I just want to balance my time much more effectively because I could do so much more if I was effective with my time. So, yeah, that's my kind of my resolution, but also that's my yearly theme this year is Year of Balance.
Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the Balladeer. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
What's up, dude?
Sure enough, you're here.
Patrick Pedraza. Yeet. Hold on. Let me turn up the game a little bit. Come on, ear trumpet. There we go.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surastana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up?
I like how we're so on offensive and Nahida's just like, I
know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain.
Yep.
It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
What has Alice Oseman written? I feel like I know that name. Oh, Loveless. Got it. Okay. Yep.
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think
and
Sumeru
Hasabe.
would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Because you've already, like, fucked us over.
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you more,
Not a
please,
good
calm
start. Wow.
Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
Dude, she's Nahida. She ain't gonna get tricked.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us.
Paimon, chill, dude. Chill.
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore?
I mean,
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
sorry if I missed a bit. Yes, I have summoned for him. I did before I left for London a few weeks ago.
Sometimes it's you using them.
So yeah, I've had him.
Sometimes it's them
I just haven't
using
gotten the
you.
chance to level him.
Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously.
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Imagine how unwieldy the veil would be, though. That'd be awful in practicality.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes, Paimon, chill.
Yes. I have no
Jesus
reason for this
fucking
decision.
Christ.
In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Yeah, imagine having to walk through any door ever with that hat. I feel bad for cosplayers.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
I love that. You have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
Okay.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect.
Okay, that's interesting. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power still remain in him. Is that how it works for all of the Archons that have lost their Gnosises? Do you think every Archon that's lost their Gnosis still has their powers because the power lingers? That's an interesting thing we get confirmed. Happy New Year, Lazy Days. Welcome, welcome.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you? Nahida knows.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
It's just interesting, the idea that the power of a Gnosis lingers. If I understand what she's saying correctly. I don't know. That's,
I understand. But sometimes everything is dictated by which side you're on.
Lady Eboshi is wrong. Okay, anyways.
How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
Say that shit again. I swear, the phrase heart desire is dropped way too many times in this game's dialogue. And there's a book called Heart's Desire, and there's something there is something about that fucking book. Yeah, Nahida is scary.
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's
Metaphor.
deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
I don't get what she's saying. She's pretty much saying the traveler's lonely. He's scared of the darkness. I would have to re-go it because I wasn't really paying attention. I have to re-go over that, but metaphors, pretty much. He misses his sister.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea.
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he
We're
carries out the
babysitters!
task I
Woo!
assigned.
We're gonna become babysitters.
Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it.
Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Yeet. Let's go. Last time this happened, it didn't end very well.
Wow. It looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Wait, well, do you know why he's the 6th? He's the descendant of a god? Like, I don't understand that question. He's powerful. Yeah, the colors are... The cubes are gone, and it's...
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Sky's clear, no susty cubes. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen Dotori burning. I know, and that drives me fucking bonkers, and I feel like Dotori burning the Irminsul is metaphorical, and I have been playing with some of the interpretations of that. But yeah, it is 100% metaphorical. We'll see how it ends up. If that, yeah, I don't think that'll actually ever happen. I think Dotori burning Irminsul was a purely a metaphor.
Shut your beak,
Yeah.
jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now...
Oh, I would know.
Please.
Me and Legacy would know.
Think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Oh, hi, Nahida.
I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other,
What did you
and
guys
the most important place in all of Sumeru.
Me and Legacy were both guards in a Minecraft thing, in the Minecraft prison experiment, and it was really fun because you could fuck around with the prisoners.
Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through.
Easy enough.
I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Happy New Year's, Amir, and welcome into the stream. Hopefully, you had a good New Year's last night.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
He calls us pretty. That's the compliment of the year. It is literally the first day of 2023, and that's my highlight of the year is being called pretty by Scaramouche.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
It's a fucking computer, dude. It's a fucking computer. There's no other explanation for this shit.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. That you guys use different calendars. Oh.
Wow.
Hopefully you had a good night last night anyways.
Inside of Irminsul.
Hello.
Ooh. Paimon's
So
never seen anything
computery.
like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Nahida's a floppy disk. You could also call her like a CD drive or, you know, something else.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Have you watched Avatar Lab? I have not. I don't know what you're referring to by Avatar Lab. Oh, Last Airbender. Okay, yes, I have watched Last Airbender. I have not watched Korra. I've literally never seen Avatar be abbreviated to Lab. That's
Can
weird.
you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so, say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost.
That would be great. I would love that.
Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out.
Do you have Wonder? I
So if
do.
you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
He's like level 60, but I do have him. Ah! I'm putting on my jumper. Ah! Okay.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul.
Packets.
Be careful not to touch them.
The computer terminology. Now we're on the other side of Irminsul. Those are the ley lines. Those are like physical manifestations of ley lines. That's cool.
It looks the same in every direction.
He just knows his way around. We're in the core.
About getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
Hold on.
Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Trees inside of the domains are branches of Irminsul. They're not saplings.
We're here.
They're like the very, very tips of branches. From what I understand. Hold on. Let's get the, I have a funny joke that I want to make. I could do this. with OBS. There we go. Okay.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of an Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, we made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Funny Undertale reference.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Wow, crazy. It's like, it's nice almost for once.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Like, yes? This is a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
It's like a Discord call. We're just in a fucking Discord, like a Discord DM with Nahida. That is asking to be photoshopped. I want a Photoshop of a Discord DM call with 3 people, and it's just Traveler, Paimon, and Nahida. That would be hilarious.
What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Also kind of Madoka Magicus reminiscent. Do that, Phantom.
Hard a bit. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great. So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's talking back, but he seems to listen to what you said.
Just a music bot, dude. That would be great. It's playing Core from Undertale. Yeah, and he seems to excel at doing jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand.
Man, I hate being sick. Oh shit, you sick? When did you get sick? Hopefully you get better. I'm trying my absolute damnedest to not, so my dad got sick. He is currently sick upstairs. And I am getting my wisdom teeth out here on Tuesday. So I cannot get sick. I literally cannot get sick. So I am quarantining, like I am hiding in my basement to make sure I don't get sick before my wisdom teeth. Oh, don't worry. Y'all won't be seeing shit of me being loopy. Well, because, so my surgeon only comes in twice a month. And the only time that he is coming in that works for me is Tuesday, because I'm going back to college by the time he's back into my dentist. So one of my wisdom teeth is growing like parallel to the ground into my back left molar. So I need to get it out now. I cannot delay any longer. So if I get sick, I'm losing 2 teeth. So yeah.
Today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Hey, don't you give me shit for U.S. healthcare. At least we have dental. Sorry. Yeah, it's awful. The X-ray, it's like going straight in that back molar probably. And so if I let it exist like any long, if I let it grow any longer into my back left molar, it will create a cavity that we cannot fill because it's such at a bad place. So if that grows far enough, then I'm losing both that wisdom tooth and that molar. So I have to get it out now before it causes any more problems. Ran into Hypatia at Party's DI.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
I am well aware.
Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
I think I've been to the dentist once in the past 7 years. I have done... I'm good with my dentist mostly because I have, like, one, I need to keep an eye on my wisdom teeth, but also I'm very good at keeping my teeth clean. I want to keep my teeth clean because you only get one set. So yeah, I go once a year at least. Oh yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just get them out before they hurt. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not in pain at all. It'll just be fun to be conked out for a while.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident.
Okay, you get one set of adult teeth. Once you lose an adult tooth, you ain't getting that shit back.
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
He can tell.
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
Sure. Did my sound go weird? I honestly have no idea what that problem is. I have no idea why it's like that. Like, I literally cannot tell you. I've tried to fix it. I have no idea what it is. Because it's only... The weird thing, right, is it's not... I don't think it's on my microphone. I think it's only on... Yeah, it's random, but I also think it's only on my... on my game audio. Let me listen. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't understand what it is. Maybe it's I might have to update or reinstall the window driver thing. Maybe it's a Windows problem. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I think it's I don't know. It might be a YouTube thing. No, it's an OBS thing. It's something happening in OBS. Oh.
Irminsul at all.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Unmuted the game. Don't worry, well, the audio is great. The problem is though, I am obsessive with audio quality.
Wait, how did you know about that? Didn't Ahita tell you?
I'm obsessive with having good audio because that's like the thing I know how to do well. If you notice in my videos, the visuals are shit, but I know how to edit my voice really well. So like when the audio goes wrong, it kind of makes me very anxious.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Oh. Again, Irminsul is a fucking database. Okay. Like it's a fucking computer.
Agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
Who the fuck is anonymous? Irminsul. Dude, Irminsul has just the 4chan corner where everyone's anon.
It's...
Whoa!
Ooh.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have
He looks like a skater boy.
And he would never admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us.
He's still from...
I believe it is you, sir,
Fontaine,
who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
That's interesting. MC Escher?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
So Skater Boy is the union rep, and Escher is the Amazon is. Escher is Jeffrey Bezos.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace.
Mud.
I've kept the truth from spreading
It's mud.
outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do.
It's mud.
None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
Jeffrey Bezos.
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand.
Escher sounds so
If he
smarmy.
truly seeks to redeem his
Yes,
family's
he
honor,
does.
An abundance of caution is well advised.
I'm not entirely. I feel like I would know about Mel if you told me about. I don't know the name particularly. Is that a new blog post, Blotz?
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem.
I will chill this.
I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you?
What were his eyes doing there? What? They were like, woo 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 woo.
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
You could barely see his eyes because he's got that skater boy hair going.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers?
Yep, the knife. The knife is fucking backstab him, literally.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
Yep. This is interesting Fontaine lore. If Fontaine caused Tatarasuna to happen, that's cool. Yep.
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
Bro, put the grippers away.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I
Oh.
was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. Holy shit. Okay. It's Dottore.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place?
Hee ho.
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
Minor inconvenience.
That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with
Interesting.
venom when faced with its demise.
Interesting. Okay.
My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind.
How long do people in Teyvat live? Usual, probably a little bit longer than the natural human lifespan. Like, yeah, 70s, 80s, maybe a little bit longer. Dottore is an anomaly because he's functionally immortal. Yeah, and you'll have things like elemental healing and stuff like that. Yeah.
It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other
I like how gasping for air is written twice.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones
Get it out. Come on. Come on.
are people like you.
Hey, he finished his line. It took him long enough.
beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself.
Okay.
Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity.
Bet Scaramouche will become human, and you can't do shit about it. Hello, Dottore.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was.
Piero. I think, wait, Piero is Jester, right? I think that's Piero.
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn
that's
him
Piero.
to
Okay.
dust.
Okay. That's a bit aggressive. Yeah, that's a little extra there, Dottore.
Dottore!
Fucking Patrick Pedraza.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
I have a feeling he got like on a hotline, like a telepathic hotline with Piero. That would be cool. That'd be so sweet. But that, oh my god, I freaking love Scaramouche's VA.
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks
Don't wander too far.
Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday.
Yeah, that's news to me that he has psychic powers. Is that like a... Oh, that does feel right that he has psychic something. Oh, okay, yeah. Akira, you know how we do it here. You know how we do it in this chat.
So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki
No
Mono
way.
to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began.
No fucking way. New Skrillex music. Holy shit, I checked my phone. No fucking way. And it's like dubstep. It's proper fucking Skrillex music. No way. Okay. Okay, anyways. Back to this. I thought that's how he took over. No, so he took over the Akasha from Nahida because he did some trickery and fuckery. He was a little goofy, and also Nahida was asleep. So yeah, there was no like psychic stuff from what I understand. Like I interpreted it that he just did a little bit of, like computer shit and tore control away from Nahida.
It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process.
Well, I mean, considering he's, all of his segments are dead, hopefully not much more, but we'll see.
The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer
Okay, true. He does have a psychic connection with his segments.
This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?
So he does have a psychic connection to his segments, but I don't know if he has anything else beyond that. He's a fucking harbinger. He's a really high-ranking harbinger. Who fucking knows? But from what we've seen, I don't think he does.
The mechanic answered. Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for. He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim?
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. What an insight, Ether. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. Okay. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Tottori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
What were we supposed to do? I missed what we were supposed to do. Oh, okay. Just wait.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright?
You alright?
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
Fine, just kiss already.
It won't.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to...
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Really?
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Okay, interesting. Which makes Lumine's case even weirder. Because by all accounts, from the limited, from the information that we have access to in our memories, according to our memories, by all accounts, Lumine is not from Tevat. Yeah, exactly. So if say one of the random NPCs that we have ran into that caused a lot of issues died, their information of us would go into Irminsul, but Irminsul doesn't passively collect information on us. Our memories are not linked to Irminsul. Other people are. I think Dainsliff did something. I just think it's what with Lumine. No, I think there's something like extra going on, like something happened. I don't think it's the explicit fault of somebody. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it was the explicit fault of any specific person that caused Lumine to be in the situation she's in. But, like, I don't know what else it could be. I don't think it's Dainsliff, because I don't think Dainsliff would do that. He very much has feelings for Lumine. That, like, while he was traveling with Lumine, I don't think he would have done that. Connor probably installed Lumine as a native of Teyvat. I feel like there's a plot. That's not a plot hole, Akira. That's yes, people are missed. There are whoops. There are multiple. There is a very, 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 very high chance that there are more than 4 Descenders. We're just the 4th that we've counted. Lumine might not be classified as a Descent. No, that's not. Okay, maybe that's just it's not a plot hole or an interpretation hole. It's just being incomplete. We don't have full information on that. So it's not that Lumine is not classified because the Fatui don't know. Lumine is not classified as a Descender because she has data in Irminsul. Irminsul considers her a part of Teyvat. Irminsul has logs on her that in a way that we don't. Irminsul does not have passive logs on us because we're not a part of Teyvat. We are a Descender. So Irminsul does not keep logs on us passively. It has to get information on us through the memories of other people. Lumine's data is being collected in real time. If that's the case, then the Fatui must have access to Irminsul. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever, in the slightest. With how powerful the Fatui are in the shit that they've been doing, it would not surprise me if they have access to Irminsul. But also, you have to, with what Scaramouche just said, that's not necessarily the case, because the defining feature of Descenders is that they are absent from Irminsul. Their data is completely absent. So it would be nigh impossible to identify who the Descenders are purely from Irminsul. They would have to identify that information somehow, some other way, or by like sifting through all of the memories for every single person that might exist in some memories but nowhere else in Irminsul. Because if I knew info could be deleted and only Descenders could keep knowing what that info was. Aloy, the secret number 0. Yeah, Aloy's so fucking weird. I hope on Sade Night will be revealed as he became El Capitano. I am a fan of that theory. I don't know if I subscribe to it, but I like the idea.
Aw,
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Well, here's the thing, Brady. Aloy might be canon, but it's weird. So because of how vague Descenders are, it is very well possible that there are more than 4 Descenders, and Aloy is one of them. It's just, we don't know. It hasn't been mentioned. Like, it's so weird, because Aloy very well might be canon. She might not. Who fucking knows? Whoever's hasn't said anything about it. So you're suggesting a sort of anti-Irminsul that somehow tracks and identifies people who haven't connected with air? Not necessarily. That's just kind of... That's... It's... I'm more talking about how finding the Descenders is a gargantuan, titanic task, because you have to identify the people that do not exist in Irminsul, and there are a lot of people and a lot of memories, so it's going to be rough.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world.
Okay. Something to do with Conria. We figured that, yes. We figured.
Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
Okay, what? What? Huh. Yeah, that's where my mind immediately went, was canon gotcha. Okay. The heavens responded to the summoning. But then, I'm also going to have to look at this line in Chinese, because I'm curious, what is the term for wishing in Chinese? Hold on. There is, okay, one of my favorite resources that I've found is this, the Genshin dictionary. So you can look for a term and it'll give you that in both Chinese and Japanese. Okay, so that's a wish. I'll look this up I'll look up the Chinese translation of this line after we're done with this scene. But yeah, okay, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's one of my new favorite resources. It's so sweet.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria and lived with your sister for a time.
Oh, okay. Oh, oh shit. Okay, so confirmation that the wow, this is a fucking crazy cutscene. Okay, so Piero is confirmed to be from Conria. We figured, but nice for confirmation. He's a royal mage, so yeah, that's very reasonable that he might be a catalyst user. But also, he's so fucking buff. I find the idea I find the idea of Piero, who is like damn near Kingpin in levels of large, The man in Winter Night's Lazzo looked like fucking Kingpin from Into the Spider-Verse. But yeah, I love the idea of Dottore, or of Piero using a catalyst. I love that so much. Hazel won't be the only one. Yeah, true.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this.
Okay.
Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Cause actually, can I use the dictionary summon? Huh.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Look at that smirk.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Yeah, so he can just fucking go to his room and scream at Dottore.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
I got it.
Give me your hand.
Sure. Hold on. You two should fucking kiss already. Okay.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
You trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Ooh, okay. Yeah, because we know about the past. We know about Urkvata. Interesting. Also, hi, Star.
Done.
Huh? What happened?
Gay thoughts, holding hands, men kissing.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Hello, Magikarp. Welcome.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Put it in the Discord. Put it in the Discord,
From this
fandom.
day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist.
Oh.
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
Just put it in general. Well, spouts. Oh no, I have not played this. I haven't played this game in like a month.
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are.
It's interesting. Okay, so he misinterpreted our reaction because you can't change the past. You can change people's memory of the past. Okay.
But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve
So he's
to be
gonna
left
try
alone.
and revive people.
Luckily, everything can be set right.
When
it's
he
time
can't.
to solve this one.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
No, well, Ether knows that inherently because Ether remembers Rukkhadevata, and as far as we know, And what Rukhdevata told us is that the world has to forget her. It's not that Rukhdevata never existed, it's that nobody remembers her. So Aether knows that because he is possibly the only person in the world that remembers Rukhdevata of what actually happened in history. So in practicality, no. Rukhdevata didn't exist, but she did. It's just nobody remembers her. And Aether knows that's how that works.
Oh no.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
Other Descenders still remember, yes, but that's assuming that they're still here and that they're still alive. That's why what we know, and that's why I always say, is possibly the only person. So we'll know.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you up?
Who's the Balladeer? I need to fucking
He'd be
read.
capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
How do we follow? Wow, what a convenient what a convenient time for this tip to show up. What a convenient time for that loading screen tip to show up. How do we follow your lead when, you know, you're not here? You're just a voice. That's interesting, though. Okay, which one is Vera's Melancholy? I forget all of the books. Melancholy. Vera's Melancholy is a thick one. Okay. I have not read this one is the problem. So one of the very few that I have straight up not read.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
Okay.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Yeah, Paimon doesn't remember Rukhdevata. And the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full. The truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukhdevata for now and focus on the Balladeer.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible.
It's not easy.
Right. You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life.
Oh, the dramatic fucking irony.
It's like, imagine Paimon drank
But then replace that with alcohol, and no, you won't remember drinking any of it by the next morning.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Ooh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history? Yes.
Huh?
Paimon, the fuck you do?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally...
I also need to reread all of the books.
Paimon, all this mental stress.
I do need to reread the books, because the last time I read them was like a year and a half ago.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible?
Never been born at all.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to rescue. And it's still not working. He's been knocked out of critical illness.
Is the book from Lisa's story also readable now? It officially only one officially only one volume is in game. There are places that you can read more.
There's no way he'll actually succeed.
Audio's weird.
right?
Fuck off.
Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Worst case scenario, it'll affect everyone with a connection to Raiden Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Those men, they'll disappear. They won't disappear. Their memories will just get annexed.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Don't do that. Please don't put the official one, or don't put the full Pal Princess anywhere.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
I love how list all of our favorite foods is literally just the same as listing every food.
Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus...
The French angle is getting deeper. Okay. All the one-star food. Okay, different words. Thank you for checking that, Akira, because that's actually really useful to know. Yeah, that's extremely useful information. Okay. So it's not the same, which is interesting. Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Oh, that's weird. That's so weird. Okay. That's so weird that we were completely unaffected.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. What was it again?
The balladeer, and then you start. She's not gonna know what the balladeer is.
The balladeer?
Yep.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Huh. That must mean he actually pulled it off. But how did he have that ability? That doesn't make sense.
Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Yeah, that's it's Traveler neuron activated. Yeah, this is gonna be a headache to explain there, Paimon. This is gonna be quite the headache to explain.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to fuck you. No, you don't. What's Inazuma?
Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. Let's get over there first. Let's yeah. This is quite the hard one to explain. This is the first time the Traveler has kept secrets from Paimon. Aside from the obvious. Aside from the obvious of
Paimon, coming in. Paimon, coming in.
Shut the fuck up. Aside from the obvious Rukdavata thing, from where I remember, yes. But also, I have the memory of a fucking sieve, so you know. The Traveler's keeping secrets from us. Well, yeah, but well, they're not keeping secrets from us. It's just like we're outside observers. So like I don't want to say he's an unreliable narrator. Because he's not really a narrator. It's just we don't have the full story. But also we don't it's so weird. It's so weird. Irminsul erasure. Yeah, okay. From what I understand, yes. From what I remember, yes, that's the first time that we've ever lied to her, but it's limited point of view. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We as the audience have a very limited point of view. We're not omniscient. That's the big thing, is we're not omniscient. Which is interesting. So AJ, when I say
We've made it to Amanoma Smithy.
when I say the Traveler, it's always, yeah, it's always, I'm talking about Ether, because Lumine is different. Like, Lumina's the Abyss Twin is a bit of a different situation.
Ah, it's been a while.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
About the Rengoku, can you tell me the story one more time? Is Ether the canon protag? I assume that he is. I assume Ether is the canon protag. It just kind of depends, because Hoyoverse said no, they aren't. But a long time ago when I started my channel, I set the precedent that in every, like, whenever I have a discussion about the protagonist, I assume that Ether is the protag and Lumine is the Abyss Twin. But Hoyoverse has said that there is no canon protagonist, and it's weird. So I always assume that Ether is the canon protag, just to make communication easier.
Oh, now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well, I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden. comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju.
What are the actual story differences based on who you pick? Literally none. It's just who is in what. Yeah, it's pronouns and who is in what situation. From at least from what we've seen so far, there might be a wild twist later down the line, but from what we understand right now, there's no difference in the story.
The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions.
Also earlier on when you picked Lumi in the voice, and in this quest alone, Ether got misgendered as her in the text. So it's things like that slip through the cracks because it's annoying that they have to do that. They have to. So it's just stuff like that slips through the cracks all the time. The only one I can think of. Oh, true. Because Ether doesn't have. Yeah. Ether doesn't have the into that in his hair, but Lumine does. So that makes things weird. But that's it. Yeah, AJ, they're twins.
Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline. And for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive.
But to be fair, yes, but one of the twins was awake for much longer than the other one. Exactly. AJ does have a point. One of them was asleep for a long time. And the other was bebopping around Teyvat with Dainsleif. All right, good night, Akira. Thank you for joining.
But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now.
That's also a very good point, Brady. We just don't know much about either of them enough to make any sort of character distinction like that.
Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind the decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this.
Oh yeah, we could just ask Why did we go to him and not just Kazuha?
He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunen, it was right that I should know the truth.
Yeah, I call the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles Susty for short. That's a term I ripped from Ashikai. Because it's a great fucking term. It's a phenomenal term.
There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale.
Dude, I just finished reading Paradise by Fernando Melchor. I am good. I can do dark.
The Raiden Gokunen were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster.
Are you talking about ley line branches? Cause so trees have lore. Mad Pat reference. So kind of. Inazuma has a lot of ley line branches just chilling around. Like ley line roots and whatever that connect to Irminsul. Which have memories. Regular trees do not. The sacred sakura is special in that way that it has an intrinsic tie to Irminsul. And, you know, there are Irminsul branches all over the place because Makoto did a thing before she went off to Conria. But not all trees in Inazuma have... not all trees in Inazuma are special trees. They're just trees, you know. That might be the case. I'm not entirely sure because I hate Inazuma lore, but that might be the case. That would make sense at the very least. I remember something about Makoto planting something that was tied with Irminsul before she left to try and tame the corrosion or withering or something that was going on in Inazuma at the time before she left for Conria.
Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out.
Because Raiden Puppet is made by A. A can give her whatever power she has, you know.
The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger, and in his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Huh. So yeah, Niwa's still dead.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes.
So he still exists. Good to check. He still, you know, exists.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places. On to the next stop.
Yeah, that was all. Test of courage? The fuck you talking about? Oh my god, whose is this, dude? Fuck. Oh, is this an event quest? Nope, it's a story quest. Shit. I'm like halfway through Aranyaka, okay? Yeah, my life has been fucking crazy, okay? I don't have time to play this game as much as I... Hello, Ayato. Hi, Ayato. Yeah, that's usually how that works.
Ah, it's you two.
We didn't expect to see you here.
You think I only make an appearance? It just so happens that this test of courage, considering that such events are quite popular.
Oh, Paimon gets it. In that case, maybe you could...
Although it is interesting that I've done Aranyaka.
At ordering others around.
I've done half of Aranyaka and then had the world changed, and now I can when I continue Aranyaka.
However.
Sorry.
Nothing.
Yippee!
As its name and the venue for once teams have been full, the first person to look.
The winner of that round?
Precisely. Merchants raised event as such.
Ah, Paimon gets it. So basically, it boils down to searching for stuff in Chinju Forest. We'll need to find one.
Yes.
Okay.
If a participant.
The fuck did my sneeze go?
As for its truth, of course. I'm curious myself how many people will be brave enough.
Where did it go? Bring it back, dude. Come on.
Even though just the thought of this event sends shivers down my
Okay,
spine.
never
I
mind.
appreciate your enthusiasm. Anyway, as for the 3 items you'll be searching. Oh, and a friendly word of advice. Test of courage events tend to give rise to a variety of strange rumors and.
Whoa. What did he mean by that? Oh, will there be spooky things in Chinju Forest? Ah! Anyway.
Okay, test of courage. Cool. Can I keep going here? Oh, fuck you. Please complete it. Oh, okay. I just need to get rid of this. Hi, Ito. Oh, I don't want to skip Max Middleman.
Hold it right there. Oh, well, if it isn't my compadres. Didn't expect to see you here.
Yeah, I think he goes away in like an hour.
Oh, wait. Don't tell Paimon you're here for the test of...
What else? I mean, well, that's what I really want to say. But I have actually got something else going on.
I want to listen to these just for Max Middleman.
As soon as I heard about the test of courage, I got the gang together and was ready to bring everyone for the time of their lives. But, it turns out the other members weren't as pumped about the event as me. Chinju Forest? We've already been there 1,000,000 times. There's nothing scary about that place. That event's just a game for kids. What a waste of time. Let's play some genius invocation TCG. Seriously? Test of courage? Ugh, whatever. I guess if that's what the boss wants. Can you believe that?
I still have yet to touch Genius Invocation.
Nuh-uh, not in my gang.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Dragging the gang to an event they don't want to go to won't be the best for your reputation.
Hey, this isn't about... As leader of the Arataki gang, it's my duty to find new and tantalizing experiences for everyone. A happy gang means a happy life. Even if they can't get it through their stubborn heads now, one way or another, I'll show them how much fun. Anyway, I'm no stranger to Chinju Forest. Sure, it was a little terrible. But seriously, what kind of scary pranks could those guys in the Yashiro Commission ever come up with? If they can't scare anyone, then it's not going to be a test of courage, now is it? Not to mention, if the gang starts complaining, I won't ever be able to show my face around here.
And after all that talk, it still boils down...
Well, leading a gang can be complicated. Since there's no way I can
I
trust
fucking
the
love
Yashiro
Max
Commission to
Middleman.
make
He's
fun of
so
that,
good.
I've decided to step in and spice things up.
Wait, You don't...
Oh, you bet I do. Yours truly is gonna be out scaring people. I'm taking this event to a whole nother level. But it's gonna take more than an Oni to make it happen. So come on, come...
No way!
Pretty, please?
Forget it!
Pretty.
Ah, fine. But don't forget, we will help you out.
All right.
What a noise. Huh. Maybe laughter is the key to making...
Hey, Traveler, Paimon, enough chit-chat.
Coming!
Please open up the area. Oh, hi, Hazo. Okay, can we do it? We can. Yes. We're good.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
You didn't know that? So is Venti's. And Bennett's. There's just a thing that English VAs do. And Sing-Cho, yeah. Bennett and Sing-Cho have the same voice actress. I fucking love Erica Harlicker. She's like, okay. Erica Harlicker is like one of my favorite VAs. She's just so fucking good. Cause she also, and after watching the Violet Evergarden movie, my god, she is good. Holy shit.
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is...
Are they out?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is...
She did so fucking good in the Violet Evergarden movie.
If it's urgent,
oh my god.
to wait inside until they get back.
They're the very end, at the very end of the movie, when she is crying and trying to say something, but she can only fucking say major over and over and over again. I think the only reason I did not cry while watching the Violet Evergarden movie is because I was on a plane when I was watching it. So I was holding myself back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
I think the only reason why I watched the English dub on Violet Evergarden is because of Erica Harlicker, and also Zhong Li's VA is in it. He plays Dietfried, which is fun. Or wait, no, is it? Yeah, it is. It's Keith Silverstein plays. Yeah, Keith Silverstein plays Dietfried. In Violet Evergarden in the English dub, which is neat.
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it.
Is the overall dub good? Yeah, I think it's really good.
With the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
I think it's really solid dub. Well, because like I don't like watching subbed, and even when the dub is bad, I prefer to watch the dub just because I'm that person. So I on the plane ride 2. I watched Princess Mononoke in English. That dub is very old, and you can tell. And then I watched Violet Evergarden dubbed on the way back, and it was night and fucking day. the English dub of Princess Mononoke is fucking atrocious. They're all so lifeless and emotionless. It's really funny. Even San is like so emotionless.
We'll be heading in there.
Hello, dear. Is there something you want to say?
Why'd you just walk into her, dude? I will say Violet Evergarden is very, 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 very good with the VA. I think the VAs do a really good job. There are some times where it's a little bit cheesy, and there were some awkward takes, but that's just gonna happen in any dub. I like dub too because I don't want to read some. Ghost Stories was something else. Sometimes the English VA is better than the dub, like Cowboy Bebop. I did not know Cowboy Bebop. I have not watched Cowboy Bebop, so I don't know. I did not know that the dub is better. And can I ask a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yeah, what would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying. As for the commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much.
Raito's still the Yashiro Commissioner. Ayaka is still the Lady of the House. No changes there. Master of the House.
Well, got any more questions?
For now.
Welcome. Miss Kamisato
Talks about you all the
about
time.
you all
Yeah,
the time.
because she's low-key our girlfriend.
I must say,
I do have to say, right? I make jokes about shipping people with Ether, but oh my god, Ayaka in the main character
you know.
is like that is the one thing, that is the one ship that I can see fully fucking happening, because my god, that was so coded.
Whenever the commissioner dines at home, don't the commissioner has such a busy. They say it's because Tomas, they get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well.
I've heard about Xiao and Ether. Xiao and the main character are not. I would not think. I just think the tension between Ayaka and the Traveler is so much higher than literally any other character we have encountered. Like, I will make jokes about, yeah, you two should kiss, like I did with Skyrimage, but no. Lumine, or not Lumine, Ayaka is on a different fucking level.
It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. As someone who is old and gray, so
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Paimon likes it. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around.
Of course.
All right, goodbye for now. Great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see you.
All right then. Take care now.
Bunk.
Are you two leaving already?
We are, in fact.
Yep.
Very well.
He's so goofy. He's a very goofy man. Okay, Tatarasin, let's go. Okay. Yeah, there is an impressive number of Xiao and Ether shippers. I can see it, but I don't know. I just think they work way better as just, you know, really good friends. Especially because Ether is not that kind of person. But the Lumine and Traveler is just the most, like, I can see that being canon if they ever did a ship.
Do my
which they
eyes
can't.
deceive me, or is that the Traveler?
Xavier? What are you doing
Xavier?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's...
We have some questions and thought you might be able to...
Certainly do. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my... Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Yeah, he's supposed to have a French accent, but instead he sounds like an early 20th century American radio show host. He sounds like he could be Alistair in in Has Been Hotel. Add a little bit of voice filters on and make him a little bit more sinister, and boom, you've got Alistair.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the
As one of the
nation.
foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation goes back around 1,000 years.
Couple? When exactly?
One was
You know,
just in the
we
last
can't do
few
accents. We
years.
suck
The
at
other
it.
was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Valerie something about Tatarasuna?
Somebody in Massa to have a heavy German accent. That would be hilarious. Or like the super ambiguous, goofy Middle European accent that iDubbbz does all the time. If you know what I'm talking about.
I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today.
But that's not an accent. Fish is just fucking
Or something.
American.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Imagine Nahida having just a fucking Hindi accent.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, welcome, Genevieve.
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have.
Yeah, we are doing the Scarring Machine interlude because I've been in London for a while, so I can finally play this fucker.
I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there is no Kabuki Mono. The Balladeer really managed to erase himself from history completely. Yes, he did. So he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself.
Of course! Don't mention
Of course! He's so dumb. I love it. He sounds like a pompous asshole, but he's also super kind. What? Okay.
Oh,
I got a really weird comment.
Okay. Bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're
Javier.
most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Farewell. He's so goofy. Okay. He's just a guy.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to explain a lot, and some of it is like classified. Some of it is like literally beyond classified, and I cannot disclose this information. But
Hey, alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Echoes of History. Okay. Give me a quick second. I am going to take a very quick break. Go to the bathroom. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, just give me a very quick break. I will be right back. Hold on, let me turn on the proper playlist and not just Undertale soundtrack. Okay. Be right back. You have very many questions, of which we will talk about after I finish the quest. No. Yeah, I was saying, when I was saying classified information, I was like speaking for Ether, saying like, oh, the Rukkhadevata stuff is in practice like completely fucking classified. Like, Ether literally cannot talk about it, or else everything will die. Alrighty.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed them of my plans today.
Okay, back to Sumeru. Are we going back to Sarastana? I think we are. Okay. Let's get back to it. Although I think Nahida knows there's something amiss, but trusts her past self not to find out. Maybe. Do you actually think if Ether talks about Ruka to everyone, it might cause Celestia to take action? Maybe. Okay, well, so here's the problem. Right, Ruka... There's no reason Celestia would take knowledge. If they weren't taking... or won't take action. If there's no reason... Or, okay, so if Celestia was not taking action when Rukkhadevata was actually in people's memory, causing withering in Irminsul, then, like, why would they take action for Ether spreading knowledge about Rukkhadevata? Like, there's no reason, like, for them to do that, really.
Hey, it's them.
Why do you look so angry? You look like you're about. They look like they're gonna mug us.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Obviously.
About Tatara Suna, huh? Should we join them?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real Huh?
It probably has changed since last I checked. He added more. Okay, I can read these later.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
Long man. Long man. In the second ship, okay. Oh, it's all, that's just modified, got it. I have them, like, saved. I'm recording this entire stream, so I can edit it down later. I can use the footage later. So I can go back and read them if I need. Long man. Said he'd erase 2 of his names, but if he really succeeded, he must have taken all of his night.
Well, what do you think?
It's all about Dottore. Interesting.
Hey, Traveler, remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got...
What did you find out?
It's a long story.
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so...
Well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Arminoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my...
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you.
I like to think it's like a rural accent. I like to think that the British accent is like a rural version. He's not Japanese though. He is from Sumeru.
You're welcome. See you.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Okay, back to Nahida for the important shit and not two pompous assholes. Sawada is from Inazuma, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. I didn't think so. I don't know. Hi, Nahida.
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
And she has no fucking clue.
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Yep, even she doesn't remember.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. With a heavy heart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. There once was one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. Thrice. The rule of 3 in Genshin is an immutable fucking rule. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
That's the problem! We have no fucking idea.
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
Theoretically speaking,
yeah.
It is possible to do this. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Yeah, you could say that again.
I'm having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
Because he killed or he thought he was responsible for people dying.
We can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was,
I'm not really sure. It was quite hard to tell. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspectives on all of this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember this question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. No, you... Okay, she's definitely reading our mind, and that's a slip. That stare, that Nahida stare is 100% I am reading your fucking mind right now. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
She's 100% reading. She just caught the wind of the name Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. That's not good. Okay.
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again.
She 100%... Okay, maybe she doesn't know, but she knows the name Rukkhadevata now. Which is... not good. That's, like, not very good. And Nahida is smart, and she could probably put two and two together about who Greater Lord Rukkhadevata is if she's Lesser Lord Kusanali. But... that's interesting.
He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try.
But does she know not to look into it? I think she does. She is a very smart person.
The story makes sense. Every part of it.
Yeah, that would be crazy if just like randomly at one point Nahida name drops Rukkhadevata. That would be so fun though.
The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless.
Bare minimum, she knows that we are hiding something, and there was some dialogue in her story and quest that implied a feeling of emptiness, so she can likely figure it out. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, she definitely knows that there is classified information that we are not sharing. Whether or not she knows what that information is unknown, but I have a feeling that she was probing into our mind there and we didn't realize. And she was just reading our thoughts, and she caught the name Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But although if she did catch that name, Nahida has the best goddamn poker face in existence. Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't have a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals in his life, or did he wish he never existed at all? Mama!
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. That's what this song... Okay, so the song reminds me of Liebeslied, of Love Sorrow. It's very reminiscent of Liebeslied.
which is fun. Okay, anyways, continuing.
Found it.
This should be the
This
one.
should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
Okay.
What is it? A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner.
Oh.
You should take a look.
In a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale?
Matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Okay. Yep, this is one of the things that I was waiting for, because this is fucking bonkers. The audio is going crazy. Fuck. Okay. We'll wait it out. Yeah, allegory is huge. And so this is why I want to go through everything again. I want to go through at least all of the books to just try and reconstruct allegory as much as I can, at least. Because it's crazy. Yeah, the books have been an allegory the entire time. So, like, that's why, like, the 3 moons now. Like, the whole idea of the 3 moons. 3 shades. The 3 moons are probably 3 shades. And you have all those weird details about, like, just from the 3 moons story, right? Just from the 3 moons story, you can identify that them being moons is a symbol. The chariot that they had to drive is a symbol. The destruction of the whatever, that's a symbol. You've got stories about you've got stories from Heart's Desire that all could be like allegories, and you have symbols there because, you know, every item in that shop could be a symbol for something else, and going into the shop itself, it might be an allegory for something of some sort. The pygmies, the entirety of the 6 pygmies, that is a topic for another time. And I think, okay, right off the top of my head, I think that we are going to get the rest of the pygmies soon. Now that we understand this aspect of Teyvat, that Irminsul cannot erase allegory, now that we understand that the books are all allegory, that they're all allegorical retellings of history, we might get the rest of the pygmies.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that.
Oh wait, so is that why the booking economy is so important? Because it's not really a part of Teyvat or something. So okay. Before Sun and Moon is interesting because somehow it has slipped through the censor. And like you guys are saying, really the only way for that to be feasible is for Before Sun and Moon to not be from Teyvat. What if, hear me out here. What if a book written by a descender slips through censors? And true, Magikarp, you have a point, because there is fable and there is allegory in Before Sun and Moon. It's just in different stories. Because Before Sun and Moon, we always forget, is a lot of different stories put together. It's just they're like covered in layer on layer of metaphor in vague, like weasel wording and allegory, in metaphor and allegory. Layer on layer on layer. And it's like, it's made it hard to parse. There's so much obfuscation going on in Before Sun and Moon that it makes it hard to parse. Right? And that's by design. But also, there's something weird about Before Sun and Moon because, yeah, I'm mostly talking about the Parable of the Tree, but because the Parable of the Tree, it still drives me bonkers because I have no idea what to make of it. But, the big thing, the big thing about Before Sun and Moon is there is a straight up historical retelling that, as far as we can tell, is not allegorical in there, and that's why it's so valuable. That's why Before Sun and Moon is so valuable, because there is that one section that we have been using that drops the name Istaroth, that drops the whole primordial one and second who came and details that whole thing. That section of Before Sun and Moon, as far as we understand it, is not allegorical at all. Maybe some names are changed around, like Second Who Came and Primordial One. But as far as we understand, nada. So what if that was written by a descender? What if what we write, if Ether were to write a detailed, like, a book about his past, or about his adventures in Teyvat, and eventually Irminsul was to be rewritten, would Ether's book slip through the censors like Before Sun and Moon did? That makes sense to me right away. I don't know if that would make sense, like, not entirely sure. So, yeah.
But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible!
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans.
Okay.
The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this."
Among Us. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I noticed that. The monster has one eye. I'm still trying to identify the allegory here.
The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure.
Why does the monster have one eye?
The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this.
Oh, it's Dottore. Got it.
Flames, and die for your fox kin."
Got it. It's Dottore. Okay.
The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away.
Or it's
soon
Piero.
after. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon.
Yeah, it's Dottore. Okay. The moon. Why is it angry at the moon? Why is it angry at the moon? Why is it angry at the moon, dude? The fox that died is Niwa, probably. What is the importance of the moon here? Okay, so for the longest time, right? For the longest time, you guys should know this. Good night, Kim. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you later. Okay, so for the longest time, I have always been suspicious of the moon, right? The moon is, I have always said, is a symbol for fucking something. I've never been able to pin it down. I think the moon is a common allegorical symbol. While it doesn't have a consistent meaning, it is consistently in allegory because it's so, like, the moon is just a weird thing, right? Like, even in the world, we have so many stories about the moon because, you know, what is it? Who fucking knows? Right? It was so hard for people to... It took us so long to understand that the moon is a big floating rock in the sky, which alone makes you think magic, but it's not. So the moon has often been a center of mythology and folklore. And, you know... like, even more so than the sun, to me. But... in Genshin, they always default to the moon, I think, to represent something celestial or godly, because, you know, it's the moon. And I'm so curious to wonder, I'm so curious as to why they might choose, authors might choose the moon instead of the sun. Why would you associate the divine and celestial with the moon and not the fiery passion of the sun? The thing that gives life and allows you to live in warmth and all that stuff. Saline. Yeah.
How I'd wish to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content.
Silly are moon people, but not literally. Literally, they can't be. Because the moon doesn't exist. I am of the opinion that the moon doesn't actually exist. But either way, Seelie are moon people in like a allegorical sense. It's so hard to discern what's real and what's not.
The new moon, the answer to everything.
Okay, I will become the new moon.
No one will know
I will become God.
Foxes and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
I will become the new moon. Literally translates to I will become God. Okay, that is important. Okay.
We solved
remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened.
Oh, Yogurt, you have a point. You have a point. No. The primordial one had 3 shades, right? The primordial one and his 3 shades. So the primordial one exists. The 3 shades had a responsibility. They had to do something to, like, prevent themselves from dying, right? When one of them failed at their task, 2 of the shades died and fell from the sky. One of them still remains. Istaroth still exists. Is there not 4 shades? Maybe there's 4. Okay, idea. 3 shades and Istaroth and primordial one? Fuck, 4 shades. Shit. Is it 4? I thought it was 3 shades. Okay, that's weird. But my point still stands, is that it's probably that Istaroth is the only one that's still alive. Tokoyo Okami. I thought Tokoyo Okami was another thing. Hold on. Give me a second. And that's what I'm thinking, Hisao. Like, what if it is... Okay, Tokoyo Okami is the great god of the unchanging world. Okay, yeah. Yeah, what if 4 shades, one of them is Istaroth? It's kind of a Father, Son, Holy Spirit kind of shtick, right? 4 shades, one of them is the primordial one. The other 3 is Istaroth and the 2 other that we don't have named, right? Primordial one is the sun. The other 3 are the moons, the moon sisters. 2 of them are dead. 1 of them is still alive. Istaroth, the one in the sky, the one that we see. Right? Does that make maybe that makes a little bit of sense? I would have to go to the drawing board.
On and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use.
Or maybe Istaroth is something else. Because I definitely think, Magikarp, that Istaroth is one of the moons in the story of the Moon Sisters. I am like set on that. I would have to go back and read it, but right now, from what I remember of that story, I am sold on Istaroth being one of the Moon Sisters. Whether or not she is a shade of the primordial one or not, I'm not sure. Arya Canon is on it. Yeah, exactly. Those 3. I am. The one detail that always has irked me about the Moon Sisters is their names. Arya's canon and sonnet are all musical forms. All 3 of them are musical forms. Arya is from opera, where you pause the story of the musical for a character to sing their feelings, and it's often very showy and difficult, and it's what you go to an opera for, is to see arias. Canons are where you take the same passage and layer it over itself, but at an offset. So you take one passage, like one section, you play like 2 measures of it, and then you play the same section but like 2 measures off. And then a sonnet is Oh, I do have a Discord. Hold on. Let me grab the link real quick. If that link is dead, just let me know. And then a sonnet is... I forget what a sonnet is. A sonnet is a poem form. Never mind.
I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
God, what I find so cool about this, right? What I find so cool about this twist is the fact that it changes how we understand 2 goddamn years worth of lore, and we have to rework literally everything now. We have to reanalyze literally everything, and that is the most asshole move Hoyoverse could have made to lore enthusiasts. Allegory's Tevat way of encryption. True. That's a good point of Hisao. That's a good way of putting it, Hisao. That is crazy. Okay.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
Oh, 100%. Venti's ballads, if anything, or is the one that we should be studying the most. And what's even cooler, right, is this creates an entire another branch of study, right? Because you have in Genshin theory lore circles, you've got like chess theory, and you've got the timeline guys. This is a brand new branch that I'm going down 100% of allegory theory, which is just fucking nuts.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Yes, okay, that's important.
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Because after this, I'm 100% going down the fucking deep end with allegory. Because my god, that's cool.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
Oh yeah, no, you just hated him.
Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
And like, I feel like Venti, if anything, is like Venti's ballads, if anything, are what we should be studying the most, because he knows way more than he lets on. And I have a feeling that he somehow, through his ballads, okay, theory here. What if Venti has his own system for writing ballads, and that's how he can get around the censorship? He can get around leyline erasure and leyline censorship through his ballads. He has his own thing. Like, he has his own system. I know every song, past, present, and future. Exactly. He knows every song, and song is a great way of telling stories through allegory. BW, did you see the leaked Fatui here? I do not look at lore leak.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend.
This is why I read as much pretentious ass literature as I do, is for this.
So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, The chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot.
Yeah, go ahead, Yogurt.
Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Basically the R&R are looking for the source song, which broke off into all the tune Tevat knows today. So it's as if they're searching for the original story, the beginning kinda. Yes, that makes sense. I think all of the Archons know about this. At the end of Zhongli's second story quest, he says a few things that heavily imply that he wants us to remember everything. Zhongli needs us to be a backup drive for Tevat. Interesting.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar! That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
Okay.
It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you
Oh,
up.
you have no fucking clue. You have no idea, Paimon. You have no fucking idea. Hello, Yuki. Welcome. God, that's gonna be a lot of work. What if I make that into a series of videos? What if I make what if I make a series of videos where we go over the possible allegory of every book one at a time? Would that be would that be a good series? I think that would be fun. So that gives me time to make multiple videos, and I can take time with take a lot of time with each one, and we can do a huge deep dive. To be fair, Magikarp, I think once I do like 2 or 3 of them, I would get into a groove with doing those videos. But also I've gotten like the big thing that's happened is school. So now that I have that kind of figured out, pretty good. I think I can speed up my production much better. That would also be new because I haven't seen anyone else do that. Yeah, I think that would be really good, and especially that would help a lot with like just understanding the game in general. We're gonna post a pic in the Discord anywhere, doesn't really matter. General or the Whale Spouts Tavern, which is our general chat. Yeah. Or Genshin, whatever.
We're here! What should we eat first?
Do you think we're gonna fight any of the Archons in the future? So in Travail, when we're and the line that we get about Natlan, it says that Dane says Dane says something about a secret about war that the Pyro Archon shares with us. I have a feeling that she is only going to share that with us if we fight her and we win. It's the only thing I can imagine. I don't even think we're gonna fight the Tsaritsa, honestly. To be completely honest, there is a chance that we don't fight the Tsaritsa. I have a nagging feeling that there's something missing. Something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, just give me a minute. I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain. Let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Greater Lord Rukavata, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you...
Yeah, that was it. Greater Lord Rukavata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation, Lesser Lord Kuznali, to do the deletion for her? There would be no point, and that would also create kind of a paradox. No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukavata. This is crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Right on cue. There you go, with the Samuro vision. Whoa, his vision casing is empty? Hello? What's up, dude?
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsetias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford...
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsetias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him, okay?
Stay out of sight.
And process the whole Wanderer's whole existence. Yeah, it's purely to avoid paradox. That's the entire point. he can't erase himself, but he can erase his memories. And I guess Genshin is a subscriber of the nurture side of the nature versus nurture debate. So he erases memories, so he became a different person because of it. But he couldn't erase himself, because if he erased himself, then it would be a grandfather paradox kind of thing where he wouldn't have existed to erase himself in the first place, and then it's like recursive. Yeah.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Oh, alright.
But it's not really time travel, it's just weird. I will say, yeah, it's not, I'm glad it's not time travel. I'm so glad it's not time travel. It's something different, and it's something unique. Because if it was time travel, I would be very mad, because I am a very strong proponent of the fact that time travel cannot be done well, except for in very, very, very rare cases. I think the only time time travel is done well is when it kind of leans into paradoxes, but even then it's not always done. I think the only time time travel in that kind of stuff has ever been done well is in BioShock Infinite. Okay, let's go.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
Secrets of Nicholas Flamel. Holy shit, somebody's read that. Wait, that is like huge childhood callback for me there, Yogurt. Holy shit. Oh. Flamel. Yeah, it's The Alchemist, The Secrets of Nicholas Flamel. Okay, I read the first book. I have read the first book. I have not read past that, so I'm not familiar with any of the time travel stuff. I only read the first book. And it's been so long since I've read them, so I wouldn't remember anyways.
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice. Have we met before?
Yeah.
No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
It's complicated. It is quite the long story, my guy.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
You're a puppet. Dude, that doesn't prove shit because he doesn't remember. He doesn't remember he's a puppet, though, is the thing.
Huh?
Would he not remember that?
I guess you do know me after all.
What?
That is not something I share with a lot of
okay,
people.
never mind.
Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
It's okay. So the Secrets of Nicholas Flamel is it's a middle grade book, and I remember reading it. It was very okay. It was fun to read, but yeah.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of...
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Sounds good. Okay, so my question then is, what is Irminsul's story for for the Wanderer's creation. All right, see ya, Hikaru. That's what I'm wondering. What is the story here?
Here you go, boss.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere to be, and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Okay, back up to the sanctuary. People seem to think that Scar went back in time. All he did was change the memories of some of the events he was part of. Yes, but also, like... I wonder if that includes his creation as a puppet. Because, like, the thing is, right, he considers, like, Skara considered his creation and his abandonment by A as a part of his, like, as a betrayal. He considered that a betrayal, which is part of the reason why he was so salty about everything. Yeah, my brain boot looped there for a second, trying to think of the word betrayal.
What's wrong? Huh?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past...
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
You were a grumpy little gremlin.
Oh, okay. Let's see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation. If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike.
But do note, Magikarp, that she said, I don't like using these terms lightly, or I don't like using these terms like this. So how she's using incarnation is a little weird here.
You drifted from place
It's like
to
tentative.
place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
No.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be... He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because...
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
You can?
Please, I want to see them for myself.
What?
I want to experience...
Even though it will cause your present self...
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him?
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
She says she backed up his memories, but his memories are encoded by allegory, so he's just gonna see a story about cats and foxes.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good boy.
We're babysitting again. Fuck yeah.
Unique situation. We'd better keep an eye on
Back to babysitting.
Understood.
She remade his okay.
Thank you. It's time to get...
Okay. Reminiscence.
No matter what lies ahead,
we were first errand boy, and now we are babysitter. I find that hilarious.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memory. These memories will show you the raw truth. But be aware that enemies may react just...
Sounds like an immersive experience.
you don't need to do this for me.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Oh my god, I love that line so much. Okay.
All right.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this... This is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
That was weird how that voice line cut out.
Is that because this is kind?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable of this. Hmm? There's someone passed out. You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Oh, not a scratch. And these fine clothes.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shaki.
That's a really good way of thinking of it, Hisawa.
To Tatarasuna.
It's her way of encryption, so she definitely knows the decryption key. Dude, computer theory goes fucking hard.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
That's just how the world turns sometimes. I keep pressing X. Fucking Wizard 101 has done shit to me. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Wizard 101 has ruined interaction for me, dude.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Yo, send that picture of that panel into the Discord. I want to see that.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
Archive books. I'm going to pin this. Give me a second while I check my Discord for stuff y'all have been saying. Hold on. What's the ooh. Dream message. Ooh. It's this one. Okay, we're good. I love that. That's fucking amazing. Got it. Okay, we're good.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but...
Okay, I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick.
I do remember A Drunkard's Tale with the living Sealy thing. That's
He kept coughing
wild.
all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too,
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, after his mother died, the child stayed in there. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
L.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me
Hi,
too.
A.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Best performance in the game by fucking far. I cannot get over how good Patrick Pedraza did with Skara. Honestly.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I have been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Getting to hear Piero was a surprise. I did not expect that.
Put your back into it. Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
I genuinely did not expect that.
Everyone hold hands.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
That all you got? Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun. Miscalculated.
It's the room. It's the room.
This place is dark.
I could just look at the fog on the floor and I knew exactly what scene this is.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these
Oh, hello.
incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Hello. Long time no fucking
What do you
see.
have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Yeah, both of them are. No, he's not dead. She is. He's not.
Save
He's just
your
different
breath.
now.
I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible. and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
You can say that again.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
The victory feast! Y'all were around the coffin for the feast? Yeah, when she said that, she didn't expect it to be the table. Yeah, that did age like fine milk.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who'd... Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
Senora is the table.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence?
What the fuck is a mirror maiden doing here? I biffed that. Holy shit.
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
Okay.
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
That's interesting. Okay.
There is no escape.
That's the only reason why he was so high up, was because they could fuck with him and he wouldn't fight back. No, you know what it may have been, Genevieve? It may be that the Irminsul placed the blame on Dottore. His durability was the highest thing. That's a good way of saying that. You won't die. You won't die. You won't die. You
Looks
won't
like
die.
we've arrived in Sumeru.
Yeah, I bet you any money that in Irminsul it's something to do with Dottore, because like pretty much everything that Scaramouche did was replaced with Dottore, like Dottore shenaniganery. It's just it extended to like cover. It makes sense in my head to say it, but like it's like a blanket going over like something to cover something up. It's like Dottore's shenaniganery is the blanket, and it's just like covering everything up.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the
Yeah, because
experiment in
Scarrow was just an extension of Dottore. He was pretty much already like his extra limb.
To a fruitful collaboration.
Please don't. I'm sorry.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanent.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to gone. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again?
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Yeah,
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
Is it mechanical though? Like, is a puppet really just like what we think of when we say puppet? Or is puppet just a word for a different species that can be created? Just like how archons and gods are just different species.
Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
Biomechanical, that, yeah, I get that.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and...
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets?
So do you, okay, basically all we know is the art of puppet making originates from Conria. Okay. Do you think it has ties to chemia, which, as we know, is the process of making life? So it's very possible that puppets are literally just another life form that don't need to be sustained. They just like photosynthesize or some shit.
Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Farizan said that ruin machines are alive. Okay. It's hard to...
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences.
When we say we want to live forever, it really means we just want to continue on with our memories. That is one of my favorite fucking quotes by Don Hertzfeldt. I love it because it's so, and that's what this is. This is saying that when being a human is going on with your memories. That's so cool. I love that.
As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too? Ooh.
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself.
Okay, here's the thing, so Archons do not bless, are not the ones that distribute visions. From how A says it, even their subconscious isn't the thing that's doing it. There's some other force at play that is gifting visions. But it also can't be Celestia, because by how, if you interpret it this way, if you interpret Nahida's dialogue this way with Dottore, Celestia's asleep, is dormant. And so we don't know what gives out the visions. And that's actually a really good point, Magikarp. Is there something about how the planet or Teyvat works that is just based around 7 elements? And maybe it's Celestia doing so automatically. Maybe. That was my initial thought, right? That was my initial thought, is that if we take computer theory to its max, then while Teyvat is down, while Celestia is dormant, shut down, maybe they have an algorithm playing in the background that is okay, this person meets this and requirements, give them a vision. Or maybe the Irminsul is doing that or something. And that's what I was going with before I got sidetracked, Magikarp, that Vishaps had the same 7 elements, just in different form. They were different kind. So in Enkonomiya, what happened was somehow the residents of Enkonomiya got hold of both Vishaps that had remnants of old world's elemental energy and new world elemental energy that came with Celestia. So they mix the two, and they do not agree. So they're 2 different kinds of elemental energy, but they're the same kind of ideas. Yeah, water, hydro, animo, wind. It's different, but it's not. And it's weird. But there's something intrinsic about those 7 things in Teyvat that something is passive enough to just give visions out. It's more crystal in Geo. Fire, pyro, yeah. And I've always found it weird, right? I have always found it weird. And I'm glad we've come up with something to point this out. I have always found it super strange that Genshin just doesn't use the words for the elements themselves. In the at least in the localization, it's hydro, pyro, all that stuff. Not, fire, earth, crystal. There's no electrocryodendro that we've seen. Whatever, straight up just... Yeah, okay. In Chinese, it is just straight up the term. For rock. Hold on. Doing some things. Chinese. Rock, yeah. But I've always wondered why. The Vishaps in Economia only adapted to Crown Hydra elements for some reason. That's also weird.
So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
Imagine it's the allegory. It's just a cute story about kittens and foxes.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free?
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright? No way!
It's fine. I've done this fight a number of times.
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
From my understanding,
Try my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
You got any more stupid questions?
Oh, why am I lagging so hard?
Feeble human! How amusing.
That hitbox is way too wide.
Squall and Fury.
I just need to whack him a bunch.
Shiver!
I am very framey for some reason.
Behold! At my command, you shall fall! I'm used to this.
I probably should not have dropped when I did, but it's fine.
Insignificant pass on the jail.
You dare to gaze upon me?
Quit following me.
I don't know really how I'm supposed to do this, aside from just tank him.
Behold! Feeble human!
Just mashing? Okay. I can do that.
Too slow.
Insignificant past!
You get a revive? Okay, sweet.
Imbecile!
Only one phase. Okay, sweet.
Disappeared.
What did you expect?
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old set. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too.
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
It's weird that it's weird to think that currently Scottish the Wanderer, whatever, has the memories of 2 lives.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Magikarp, we just experienced all of his memories. We may not have seen them as the players, but she saw them. It's not that weird. We probably did not see them, but for Skylamush's sake, in fiction they did.
Welcome back, traveler.
We as the audience, for the sake of brevity, did not see everything, but they did because Skylamush would have had to see everything.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey.
True, Phantom. Oh shit. True. Technically, he knows the sky's the
You don't
line.
like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui. And they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people. And they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless.
But that doesn't mean your own path.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Yeah, okay, I do know that names are blocked off. Every Harbinger is blocked off. Every future character that we know of is blocked off. Zandik is blocked off. And every existing character is blocked off. He'll say, is this some kind of joke to you? I do know that part. I do know that part, because people would try to be funny and he won't let. What's Zandik? Probably Pietro's real name.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my
Is
sins
it Dottore or is it Pietro? I forget.
So be
Dottore. Maybe it's Dottore. I don't know.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way.
No, it's always the same. Do you think this is a joke, or is this a joke to you, or whatever?
Traveler,
From what I know.
in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered. Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how.
Not
well,
necessarily.
Reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That sounds like a threat.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become. Until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Stage is set and the curtains drawn. What's the full poem? Passes past the... something something. Hold on. This reminds me of a thing. I'm looking for a thing. Hold on. Oh, no, okay, never mind.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
You can name him Bohemian.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts...
Or not.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
Hell yes.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for...
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you think.
Ex-Harbinger. Get it right.
The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name...
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious...
Have you...
Name change rules. You can obtain the item in a plative stroke from the Archon Quest interlude version of Genesis to allow you to change Eon's Adrift Wanderer's Animo's name. Please take note that some of the names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces in the game going forward will display that name you have chosen. There's a limit to the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. Disclaimer, travelers, please ensure that you have the following term of service. Content, sexual orientation, creation of the content that discriminates against any race, gender, bullying of insulting of any travelers, groups of travelers, any other content we heard of as terms of service. You restrict your use of the game service if you do not follow these rules. Okay. Rule 34. No. Okay, hold on. Let me grab a book. Give me a second. I'm very tempted to name him Gregor Samsa, but what was Christmas's real name? The Kafka of it all. I just find the idea of naming him Gregor Samsa really funny. What was his original name? What is his given name? Because he picked Joe Christmas. That's not his real name, I think. Hold on. You know what? Let's just fucking do it. Okay. So one of my favorite books ever is Light in August by William Faulkner. And so in the book, the main character is a man named Joe Christmas. And so what's so interesting about Christmas as a character is that he passes as white, right? So he lives in the American South, and so he passes very well as white, but he's actually mixed heritage. So he has, being the American South in the early 20th century, because his father was black, even though he has not a single... He has the skin tone of Pantone 727. He still has black blood in him. And so his mother abandons him for that. Puts him on the doorstep of an orphanage. And because of that, so he grows up in an orphanage and has a life that is quite familiar to Scaramouche. Betrayal after betrayal and tragic story after tragic story until he gets to a point where he's a very grumpy little gremlin. I feel like that's fun, but I feel like Greg is funnier. I'm so torn. Just name him Greg. I'm gonna name him Greg, lowercase. It's so funny. And it's lowercase too. It's good to be Greg. I had the idea of naming him Joe Christmas, but I'm gonna name him Greg because it's funnier. Greg, lowercase.
Are you sure?
Yes. Look at that. Look at Naida just through his veil, bro. Yes, I think this will do. What's up, Greg? Lowercase.
There. Now Now you have a...
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
I love it so much. I love it so much.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again.
Greg, lowercase.
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer.
I can't get over that. I can't get over the fact that it's lowercase. This looks so weird.
The doctor.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please, even though the events have been erased from the world.
I see. Huh? But...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so do. Alright, goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone! What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some...
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fit, so we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Hell yes, let's go get some fucking food.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Even though I didn't name him Joe Christmas, I think you guys should read... Every single person here should read Light in August by William Faulkner. Don't actually do that. If you don't want to. It's a really good book. I highly recommend it. It's loading. It is probably one of the most beautifully written books I have ever read. It is crazy gorgeous. But it's also William Faulkner, who is notorious for being really hard to read. It's one of his easier books, but it's still crazy good.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
What genre is it? It's just literary fiction. It's about the American South. Because that's what William Faulkner wrote. I should have... Hikaru! Fuck up! I should have added a period to the end. Damn it. I should have put a period at the end of his name. I'm so salty now.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue.
I don't want to waste my renames because I might eventually one day want to rename him to something meaningful.
For decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds.
Period is worth
rallied
it.
around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw
I'm not
in
sure.
his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told.
Greg is more meaningful. I love it so much. I will consider it. I will consider wasting a rename on a single period. Because that is fucking hilarious to me. I cannot get over that idea of just naming him Greg, period. But like I do want to keep a hold. I do want to hold on to my renames just in case I want to rename him to something real, like give him an actual genuine name and not Greg. Granted, it's very unlikely that I will, but you have like 3 tries? Okay.
It's about time we had a break.
Maybe I will.
As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow! Huh? Look at that vase.
Yeah, you broke it, you dumb shit.
Someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You dumb nut. Erase's existence. He changed the world, so why is the vase still broken? He doesn't change the world itself. He just changes people's memories, you fuck nut.
You sound lost and confused.
Hello. This is the part I am aware of. Okay.
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate. Like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Trust your memories.
Anyway,
Nothing else.
that face is still lying there broken on the ground.
Okay.
Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
Okay, so there are 2 theories that I subscribe to. The second one I forget because it's been a while. So I agree with Isteroth. It is most likely Isteroth, but there's another one that I remember Ashikai talking about on Twitter, trying to find that tweet, because it was with Leah and Ashikai had a thread about it, that it's somebody that I agree with more almost. No, it wasn't Goddess of Flowers. I'm looking through my tweets because I remember liking it when Ashikai said it. Maybe it's gold, yes. Oh, when was it? Was it before? I think it may have been before that lore stream around this time. I am looking. Give me a second, because there's a lot that was going on. I didn't think it was Mona's Master. Maybe it was. That was that. This guy. There's that. Dynamics. When was it? Oh, I forget what it is. Have I watched Ashikai? I haven't. I haven't watched Ashikai's latest. Maybe she talks about it in that video. Who was it? I don't fucking remember who they were. Maybe it was Mona's Master. Hold on. I need to find this because I do. Okay, hold on. You did that. Okay. We're checking this out because I don't. Because Istaroth is the easiest go-to, right? But there are other candidates that would make more sense. And yeah, much too early. And I feel like maybe it is Focalor. Maybe that was it. Maybe, okay, I think it may have been Focalor, because Focalor makes way more sense, because you have to think about, we're just going into Inazuma, or Fontaine. So, okay, you have to think a few things, right? One, we're going into Fontaine here soon, right? And maybe not soon, but eventually, right? Two, Istaroth is like a very far away, very far away, like in general. So it's going to take a very long time for us to even mention it'll take a very long time for anybody to mention Istaroth in game. 3, remember that Nahida said that Focalor is a very strange person. Focalor is a very, very, very strange person. She has very strange mannerisms. In that scene, Focalor talks like she's the G-Man. She has a very unique personality. Exactly. She's a little weird. That tells me unique mannerisms, which she definitely had there. Why would she be talking to us about fate and not being affected by Irminsul? That's why I'm trying to find this thread, this tweet about Ashikai, because she had a really good discussion about it when she brought it up. This is too far back because it's before the quest. Because she held a poll about who you thought it was. God, where the fuck is it? I explicitly remember this. Maybe Leah was the one that put the poll up. Okay, so 16th of December. When was this? Holy fuck. I'm trying to find. I'm going to share my screen while you watch me brain rot through all of this stuff. This is all too new. So I remember it was a poll that somebody did on Twitter. It was, who do you think the voice was? And then a lot of people did a discussion regarding... Yeah, this is it. This was it. Here it is. So the poll had Istaroth, Mona's Master, Goddess of Flowers, or Focalor. And somebody had a really good point for Mona's Master. Okay, so it was Mona's Master. Maybe it wasn't Focalor. I think Focalor is possible just from a meta standpoint, as remember how when we were in Golden Apple and we were about to go into Sumeru, we had people talk. We had Nahida talk to us.
Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Same thing might have happened. Same thing may be happening with Focalor. I do think it's more realistic for it to be either Mona's Master or Istaroth, although Istaroth I think is way more far-fetched. December 14th. So that was... Give me a little bit more time. I don't really think it's not Alice, because we've heard Alice before. We've literally heard Alice before. It's not Alice. It's not the same person. So yeah, I do have a feeling it's Mona's master. I'm not entirely sure. I would have to do way more looking through people's theories and interpretations and whatnot. But those are the two theories that I am most feeling. Also possibly gold. I don't know. Mona refers to a master as hold a hag. You also have to realize that old hag could just be a playful insult. Like, I have heard people call another person old hag even though they're like in their 40s. Yeah, the big reason why I say it's a little bit too far-fetched to consider Istaroth is because it is way too early. Istaroth is a fucking beyond Teyvat level thing. So it would be really crazy to introduce Istaroth now. That it would just be weird to introduce her now and then leave her there. From like it'll be the like longest payoff Chekhov's gun of all fucking time. And that's the only reason why I say it's not Istaroth. But also that's a lot of meta basis, and I do a lot of meta theorizing, which is probably bad. But, you know. Waiting for the sustainer to nuke Fontaine. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if that happens here soon. If Fontaine is just Celestia waking up and going, nope. We're halfway through the Teyvat chapter. But also, you have to note that there are probably chapters afterwards that are gonna take a while. That's gonna open my browser. Fuck you. And if I don't know. Okay. Silver-haired banshee with the wicked abyss dragon. This is the life of Kai at the start of Genshin. Yeah. And that's the big thing. You do have a point, is that there's not enough information to make any sort of guess or any sort of like educated guess. It's all speculation at this point. Really, I think a big thing is that we should not be worrying too much about who it is and more about what the fuck she said, because yeah, that's very important. Do I have all of Vera's melancholy? She's a female spirit of Gaelic folklore who appears or willing warns a family that one of them will die soon. Yeah, that's not what she just did, but you know, makes sense, I guess. Hold on, I am looking for Vera's melancholy. Where is it? So one of my locked ones is Tokyali Tales, 1,000 Nights. Flies for Princess Fish. 6 Pygmies. Please give me the rest of this fucking story. Night Mother ruled over the faraway land of night. Here no land touched the earth, nor did a single tree grow. There's no life here but the horrendous denizens of the dark. There it is. Vera's melancholy. I have all of the volumes. Holy shit. Okay. Shut up. I'm blind. Okay. This guy, shut up, Hez. Okay, let's read a little bit of this because I'm curious. Because yeah, this is one of the few that I've never actually read. Yeah, 10 volumes. And when I'm going to say when, because I'm going to force myself to do it. Whenever I get around to doing that idea of breaking down the allegory in all the books, I want Vera's Melancholy will be one of the first that I do. I might do Heart's Desire or something easier to tackle, but this will be one of the the first ones, just cause yeah, that's way more doable. Okay. Endless Days of Infinite Worlds. There are times when I think to myself, there's nothing to do in this tiny village. What a dull place to live. This wasn't the first time that Vera had complained about her hometown, the small country village of Delphi. Her frown eased slightly as she lay on the hillside near the village, eyes closed, feeling the breeze of the early summer. Then where in this world would you not consider dull? Her buddy Sachi asked curiously. Vera sat up and leaned forward. I believe on the other side of the starry sea is a planet inhabited by gods who can answer all prayers and wishes, and everyone bearing a wish is on a journey to get there. I believe in our universe there is a world currently in a war against Doomsday, where the noble and elegant souls of 14 Valkyries burn bright, if only for a brief but magnificent moment. Okay. Right away. That's fucking bonkers. I'm a read Dandelion Sea. Yeah, Dandelion Sea is really good. I love it. Delphi is a place that exists in Incomnia. Okay, got it. Got it. It's still wild. You've been reading too many of those weird fantasy novels. But this village really is dull. Is this book just Don Quixote? And that's what I thought, Mal, was Valkyries, Doomsday, you know, that sounds like Honkai to me from the very little I've played. But this this first bit sounds like Don Quixote. Okay. Funny you should say that. A new family did move into our village recently. Novelty and fun aren't the same thing. Despite what she had said, Vera decided to pay a visit to the newcomers. Sachi, however, remembered his family's rules and walked back home for dinner. Vera gave the door to the newcomer's abode a gentle push. Much to her surprise, it wasn't locked. Anybody home? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the living room cupboard doors flew open and out jumped a black-haired boy wearing glasses. He was followed by a tentacled blue slime. Make way! Tal, why did you let a stranger in? A black-haired boy gently pushed Vera out of his way and picked up an axe by the door. You leave me with no choice. Since you have seen everything, there is only one thing for it. Thus began the biggest crisis of Vera's life. Okay. My backyard is slightly bigger than the entire universe. That sounds like a fucking... That sounds like... It sounds like something. That sounds like a title to something that I know. That almost sounds like a fucking Welcome to Night Vale episode. Okay. All I can do now is to ask you to help me. The black-haired boy, who called himself Ike, handed Vera a kitchen knife. He walked back to the cupboard and began slashing at the tentacles frantically. Come and help me close this door. If a tentacle starts attacking you, use this kitchen knife to defend yourself. Ike's glasses were now covered in blue slime. Hurry, we can't let this evil demon cross into Delphi. Upon hearing his words, Vera helped Ike close the door. While they were pushing back the tentacles, Vera accidentally stabbed Ike twice in the back. Thankfully, Ike's healing spells were quite potent. Okay. I shall explain everything to you. I am in fact over 1,000 years old, and this door is a gateway to anywhere in the universe. That tentacled monster is an old one from the large Magellanic cloud. I went there to get something. Ike was covered in slime from head to foot by this point. He wiped his glasses with Vera's dress as he spoke. Is there anything else you would like to know? Who's Tal? Vera didn't seem to mind. An evil spirit that resides in the man-devouring castle. It has served me as a butler since I subdued it. Strangely, it behaves quite friendly towards you. Vera's parents always reminded her that people who destined to build families... Vera's parents always reminded her that people are destined to build families and that it was futile to entertain dreams of anything beyond a homestead. Her buddy Sachi once told her that if a lively girl like her was to marry someone from a faraway land, the whole village would become unbearably lonely. The real reason Sachi said this was that he was something of a weakling and was sure to be ferociously bullied if he ended up having to play with the boys. The man's gay. No. The human spirit is still too immature. I need to guide you both through the wonders of your childhood. Ike extended his inviting arms to Vera. You will sing every step of the way on your long journey to youth. From the Orion arm to the eternal Yanaham, from the torrents of time to the depths of the starry sea. How far is beyond? Any place in this universe is just as boring as my backyard, he said. The scale of everything beyond follows the heart, Ike replied. Thus, my heart is slightly bigger than the entire universe. Okay. Too many doors in Genshin Impact? Bro, doors. Too many doors in the world. Definitely more wheels, though. I'm the second rightful heir to the Andromeda Empire, and I have more than 200 titles to my name. You shall call me Princess Andro Basilisks. Okay. Okay. Weird. The charming girl then crossed her arms, savoring the moment of her entrance in her mind and giggling to herself in amusement. Her sole reason for gracing Delphi with the presence was to marry Ike. If you, he who conquered a quarter of the universe, marry me, my safety shall be guaranteed after my elder sister takes the throne. Doors were invented for... Oh my god. If I may ask, how big is the Andromeda Empire? Vera asked. I reckon there are more than 9,000 inhabitable planets. With so many stars in your possession, why come to steal my brilliance? So you aren't here to harm Vera, Sachi cautiously asked Ike, who was carrying the scrolls and globes of other planets. Of course not. I think she would make a great assistant. After putting everything down, he clapped his hands. You like her? Me? No, not at all. I don't like her at all. Sachi looked away, worried that the old sage might discern his true feelings. He reached for a box full of photo frames. He grabbed a few at random, each picture depicting a different beauty. Look at them. They all said that they gave me their one and only true love, but did they? In reality, I was just one of their many lovers. Sachi did not know when or where he had heard the saying, but it blurted out from his mouth in his moment of annoyance. With so many stars in your possession, why come to steal my brilliance? The mention of Basilisk made me think of the Battle Pass trailer, where, you know, the queen gets the first heir gets, you know, corrupted by the snake. Yeah, the pearl. That's what I was thinking of. The snack. And what I'm thinking, right, is pearls are very shiny. Very, very shiny. So stars could be a stand-in for the pearl, but also, now that I think of it, that entire story could be a metaphor in its first place. I don't know. Let's keep reading. They reference the Gnostic Chorus. The Gnostic Chorus is a whole fucking deal. Okay. The people in these photographs are also pretty, Vera exclaimed as she picked up Ike's box of framed photos. Of course they are. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to leave me with the photographs to remember them by. Ike had no intention of evading. After all, he was a galactic sage who was over 1,000 years old. So, of course he knew that girls were easily hurt. What? Okay. A galactic sage. That sounds like Pierrot almost. And that they would become trouble very easily. Ike would thus never cheat a girl. Take notes, boys. Having seen the starry host, I thus make star-shaped jewels to remember them by. He continued to explain. But those stars that shine across the universe do not belong to anyone, so it is also impossible to steal them. Vera did not understand. What are you saying? I'm saying this is for the sake of a foolish fellow who isn't present right now. Pay it no mind, humans are just far too young. I will serve as a go-between between you and Ike, Sachi said to the princess of the Andromeda Empire in a loud voice. Huh? I love Vera. I don't... Disgusting. Boring. Be silent, worm. You are an offense to my ears. I've already acknowledged Vera as my friend. I will not hand her over to a cowardly person like you. What? Also, Andromeda was a princess in Greek mythology who was meant to be sacrificed to a big fish creature. Interesting. For every season, Galaxy Wars, the girls themselves, death awaits in abyssal waves, Vera's melancholy. Okay. I'm going to read this on my own time. I have to go eat food. So I'm going to end the stream. Let's, I have been live for nearly 6 hours, so I need to stop. Why you do this? I have been live for nearly 6 hours. I need to do shit. Good. Wait, hold on. Before I leave... Once the new name has been given, no, it's only once, it looks like. A brush wish, so new name upon a certain person. What's the name? I so badly want to do Greg with a period at the end. Is it only once? Or is it like a few times? I don't want to waste it on an only... I'm not going to waste it. I'm not going to waste it. We're going to keep him Greg. Lowercase. Only once, unfortunately? Okay. I'll keep it around. Just in case I want to name him something else. But, yeah. That's about it. Thank you guys so much for joining. This was a fun stream. That was crazy. But yeah. I don't know if I'll be back next Sunday or not. I'll let you guys know. But yeah. Yeah, I might be back. We will see. I'll let you guys know. So, yep. Thank you guys so much for popping by. I will see you later. So, bye-bye, guys.